Alrighty, alrighty. Welcome everybody. It is Saturday morning, August 30th or thereabouts, and we are broadcasting live and also being recorded. And we're going to talk about various different topics. And before, well, the topics span eco and ending world hunger through the compassionate economy and other mechanisms, organizations, and systems, as we'll be discussing in detail. And before we get into those topics, we're going to first start with some introductions, and I'll start giving an introduction of myself. I'm Jamin Shively. I'm the president of ECO, and in the process of forming and leading a movement which for now we're simply calling the Compassionate Economy, and specifically focused on developing the Compassionate Economy version 1.0, as we'll talk about in more depth. And I have a background in technology and in marketing and corporate strategy. I was corporate strategy manager at Microsoft. I was there for about 6 years and have done some other startups and other work in the realm of engineering, including modeling and optimizing very complex networks. And I'm excited to bring all of my past experience and skills to bear on what we're doing now. And my most recent experience, the last 2 years, has been in the cannabis industry, building the #1 brand of cannabis in the world without selling a single gram of the stuff, which was a bit of a marketing feat in itself. And it's actually one of the things that showed me how much power we can actually have in marketing and PR with a great concept. And and it's really these kinds of meetings like what we're going to have today which have helped to develop those concepts and those strategies so that we can literally change the world. And we've been doing that in the realm of the cannabis and hemp industry. And so basically my big insight while watching the movie The Hunger Games was, you know, all these rich people who I despised in the Hunger Games who were sitting back and not doing anything to lift a finger to, you know, stop these 16 or 15 kids from dying. My aha moment was, wait a second, I'm one of them, right? I mean, here I am, I've got these cool ideas and all that, but here I am, you know, enjoying life. And so that was my kick in the butt to really accelerate what I've been doing and take these skills and assets that I have in terms of shaping public opinion and creating news, as I'd been doing in the cannabis industry the last, you know, couple of years, and take that giant laser gun and, you know, train it on the #1 problem facing humanity, which is world hunger. And so ever since I figured that out, I've just been focusing and focusing and focusing my life on eco and on the compassionate economy to the point that I'm getting pretty much everything else off of my plate, so I can just focus on this pretty much all the time because it's my life work. So that was a bit of a long-winded introduction. Thanks for listening, and I'm now going to pass it on to Eric. And Eric, you don't have to be as long as I was, or you can be longer. It's totally cool. Eric, go for it. Eric Ogden.
Good morning. So I'm Eric Ogden, and professionally, I'm working in a corporate development, business development role with a company called Weed Tracker. So that's serving companies in the I-502 or legal recreational cannabis industry in Washington State. That's to track the product seed to sale. Also, there's an associated consultancy of which I'm one of 4 principals. It's called Greenleaf Consultants, and so we provide consulting to startup companies in the cannabis industry. And the way that I got here is very circuitous, as many of us have unique life experiences, and so, you know, I've worked with Fortune 500 companies. I've started a couple of companies. I wish I had more success there, but there's many lessons to be learned with success or failure. You know, so I've been in technology and out of technology in various industries since the 80s. Now, I just decided to follow my passion, and my passion and one of my biggest advocacies my whole life has been legalization and decriminalization of cannabis. And the associated crop, of course, is hemp, which is tremendous agricultural product and has tremendous potential. So, I just recently met Jamin at Technology Forum, and it was tremendous to hear him as the keynote speaker talk about how this new industry of cannabis and hemp, which we're really at the end of prohibition here. This is what we're experiencing. Will unleash a whole new industry, but an industry of people who have a higher ethic. And he distilled it down to the simple word, and concept compassion. And so linking that with a global effort to eradicate hunger is something I can absolutely get behind. And part of my graduate school studies through Seattle U, I feel very blessed that they're very socially aware, and they're always talking about the social mission behind every business or every human endeavor, and talking about it from the triple bottom line concept, which means as a company, and there's a lot of data to suggest that companies that follow this triple bottom line philosophy are actually more successful. And it means that you equally serve the broad community, which that includes the environment, and individuals, at every level. That's worldwide, countrywide, state, and local, and then also, serving, serving the profit motive. So let's see, I think I combined two of them actually, but it's serving the community, it's serving people, and it's serving your profit incentive. And so I really believe that there's a new form of capitalism that's coming. I like to call it cooperative capitalism, and this means that everyone has to have economic investment and economic participation in our system. But I don't view it as a win-lose scenario. I think that everyone working together can achieve much greater results. So I would just finish my introduction by saying I'm pleased to be part of this. I'm anxious to talk about the mechanism that will achieve Jamin's vision, because as he explained, it's quite simple and easy to grasp. That's another thing that appeals to me, is the directness and the simplicity of the concept, and that means to me that it's actually doable. It's easy to comprehend, so people can latch onto it. So again, I'm happy to be here. I'll stop now, and I look forward to more discussion on this. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you, Eric. You've articulated so many cool things. In fact, that after I kind of give the introduction to the main topics, I'd love to delve into some of those that you just raised, and I've made notes. So this is a great time as well during the introduction to even mention topics you want to discuss, anything of that sort. This is totally open. So after that awesome introduction, Eric, I will pass the floor to Marty. Welcome, Marty, and really glad you're here. Take it away.
All right. My name's Marty. I'm with a company called Single Point Inc. I run operations and marketing, and we have a subsidiary, Single Seed Payments, and we're trying to provide payment solutions for the cannabis industry. Right now, it's federally illegal, so banks are not able to support any kind of cannabis-related business, and we're just trying to pave the way and bridge that gap until that happens. Basically, having businesses be able to run like real businesses and not black market, just all cash operations. And going off that, I met Jamin at the conference, and first, I was one of those people's like, never be able to solve world hunger. This is ridiculous. Like, there's so many social things, and just I had so many thoughts, like, what about overpopulation? But then after talking to you, and you're like, if you just break it down and kind of just like start tumbling, I just kind of saw it as a snowball effect, and just, each little category could be addressed separately, and it's all like a big collaboration. And I thought that was a great idea. And just like working in a startup, you get so involved in what you're doing, and don't really look outside of your little circle. And this is just like a great opportunity for not only myself, but like any other business or any other person to like look outside themselves. So yeah, and keep it short, so I'll pass it on to the next person.
Awesome, Marty. Thank you so much. What cool topics you've brought up. I love it. These are all such important aspects, because and I love that you talked about very openly where you were coming from, and that how you had thought about this issue, and how your thinking is changing, because I think a lot of people are going to have a similar experience, and other people are going to have different experiences. But I think the more that we talk about those experiences, the more empathy and, in fact, compassion we can develop for people all around the world, and how they might be experiencing this topic, so that we can make the transition through the 3 stages of acceptance more gentle. Anyway, so a lot more to talk about that in a bit. Phelan, really glad you're here. Take it away.
Hey guys, I'm Phelan Carey. I'm currently working at an unrelated to cannabis or anything 9 to 5 in the software industry. I'll actually be departing from that about mid-month this month. I'm interested in joining the cannabis industry. It actually started as a joke between one of my coworkers and me, and I went home and did the research and realized if I could spend my working hours in a greenhouse, which I've wanted to do since I was a kid, cannabis aside, I would absolutely love that. And I was a little bit even more impressed when I went to the MJBA meeting last Wednesday, which is where I met Jamin, and met actually a few of the other people here. And I thought it was kind of an interesting culture. It was a problem-solving culture. I haven't partaken yet in my life, and I probably don't plan to, as I said before the meeting, in marijuana. I have some personal issues that surround that. But I've noticed something in studying it online and studying it in person and speaking to a lot of people who do use it, especially here in Washington State, where it's just become legal recreationally. I think it is, you could say, one of the drugs, and use that term carefully, it's one of those drugs that is only as bad as the culture that surrounds it. And actually, I've seen the opposite. I've seen a lot of the culture that surrounds cannabis is actually very healthy and, as I said, problem-solving oriented. And of course, this is all aside from any of the industrial benefits that hemp can yield. I personally have Crohn's. I have for years. And my studying has led me to try to search for foods that are as, I guess you could say, heirloom as possible. And hemp seeds are, in some ways, one of those. While almost tons of other foods that made me sick, I went to PCC one day, bought a bag of hemp seeds, ripped it open, and ate a handful. And not only did it not make me sick, but it felt awesome. So, and I mean, not felt awesome because of THC. I mean, it was good. It has a good omega-6 to omega-3 profile. It's nutritious, and they taste excellent. So that was kind of one of the things that got me thinking, if this is one small health food, and it has so many other benefits, why is this thing not across the entire industry so far? So I met Jamin at the last MGBA meeting. As I said, that was my first meeting related to the cannabis industry ever. And I passed to the 3rd stage of acceptance really quick, in the 3 stages that Jamin brought up in his presentation. I passed to the 3rd stage immediately because Jamin's plan is actually what I plan to do with a lot of my own money if I was to make it in this industry. So I like the plan immediately. I think, as I told Jamin, I took him aside and he spoke to me for quite a while. I think we can move people from 1 to 3 very quickly because of people's need, or because people's suppressed need to solve problems and their interest in seeing problems being solved rapidly. So I'm interested, to any extent that my thoughts can help, I'm interested in giving my feedback to his operations so that we can, 2 things. end a silly prohibition on something that doesn't actually do any harm and actually has a lot of benefits, and two, so that we can effectively channel resources to people who are in extreme need of them, solving world hunger. That's it.
Awesome, Phelan. My goodness, I'm blown away by you guys and gals. This is just amazing what we're coming up with. So, and look, here's the thing: the fact that we're coming up with this together, this is drawing out the best of each of us and the best ideas, because we have this amazing listening of the whole circle. So, rock on, everybody. Soham, take it away, bud.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jamin. My name is Soham Shah. I'm the COO of the Cannabis Commodities Exchange, and we are an online wholesale trading platform for licensed businesses here in Washington and as well in my home state of Colorado. Prior to this, I've experience in finance and information systems. I worked in the corporate IT department for a large financial institution. Prior to that, I worked at a medical dispensary in Denver. And you know, my experience in finance and MIS has been both through the for-profit sector as well as through some of my work while I was in college with, you know, starting a microfinance club at our university, at our business school. And kind of where that came from is my own Indian and back to India fairly regularly. I've seen very firsthand the negative effects of the world hunger and poverty, and how detrimental that is to a society and its development. My experience with microfinance kind of converted my view from this idea of charity and just giving food to somebody to the idea of teaching somebody to fish, where, you know, you're empowering them by giving them a small amount of money to start their own business. I mean, so that's really where I hope to help out with this whole ending world hunger discussion. In cannabis and hemp, I've always been really interested in how we can end this prohibition, because I've always kind of seen it as a ridiculous prohibition. As a number of the other people here have said, it just really doesn't make sense, and the plant itself provides a lot of benefits to humanity. But one thing I've always noticed, and that's really come to fruition more as I've become involved in the industry, is that there is a silver lining to the fact that it's been prohibited for so long. Because had it not ever been prohibited, we would be consuming hemp seeds that were genetically modified and produced by Monsanto, and they were available in, you know, every grocery store. Probably the same thing with the marijuana we're smoking, you know. So I think there is a silver lining that the time that prohibition is ending comes at a time when we have transparency and where there are enough of us forward-thinking individuals that we can make a real impact and make sure that prohibition, you know, unrolls in a right and a responsible manner. So, Jamin, thanks again for having me.
Absolutely, Soham. Brilliant, brilliant. We'll be picking up on that topic of what is a right and responsible manner to end prohibition, because that's kind of like one of the, you know, the pillars of the compassionate economy. And anyway, so more on that. Great stuff. All right, last but not least, Will, take it away. And this is the last introduction before we get started with the general introduction to topics. Will.
All right, well, thanks for having me here today. I appreciate it. My name is Will, and I'm with Single Point also, and a subsidiary company, Single Seed Payments. Our background is in technology, specifically mobile, providing mobile donations through text message. And coming from that background and then hearing the speech that Jamin gave the other day, really, you know, it clicked, because we watch through our company what we are able to accomplish with our services to other, you know, not-for-profits and entities trying to raise money. And it's always been something of ours that, you know, somehow we need to be able to take what we do and multiply that effort in giving back and helping create more awareness and more money for those companies that are really trying to make changes in the world. We recently came into the cannabis industry doing payment processing for different areas within the industry, and it's been an unbelievable explosion of not only technology, because I see technology really pushing the way for the cannabis industry. You see different just the things that they can do with the flowers and plants these days, and the health benefits that you can see after some of the extractions and really separating the plants out and the healing that it's done for many different, such as epilepsy and things like that, is unbelievable. So being able to not only help cure different potential diseases, but also being able to give back is just a win-win. So I look forward to continuing this and being a part of this and shaping the industry. Thank you.
Fantastic. Well, welcome, Will, and welcome to you all. And welcome to any viewers that we have out there, live, recorded, etc. I see we've got one viewer watching, so that's cool. So what I thought I'd do right now is give just sort of a general introduction to topics, and then we've got some really amazing topics to delve into, as you all have mentioned in your respective introductions. Everyone feel free to interject at any time, and I see we got some good comments on the side here as well, so that's cool. All right, but really, just jump in any time. Otherwise, I will call on folks as we need. So, general introduction to the topic. There's really kind of two, pillars this big Uber topic is coming from. One is the cannabis and hemp industry, the end of prohibition, and as Soham, so well articulated, the best possible end of prohibition. A combination of speed, but also building a solid foundation for the industry. And the other place that this is coming from is the fact that we have this horrific problem of world hunger, which is so imminently solvable. I mean, there's just this just such a simple solution to it. Simple on the one hand, like a Toyota Prius is simple, right? You save fuel, right? It's a good thing. Duh. Well, yeah, simple. There's a heck of a lot of engineering and probably about 30,000 parts inside a Toyota Prius. Yes, it's simple, but at the same time, it's complex. But bottom line, the fact that there is a solid plan for both implementing the simple solution and addressing all the complexity in an organized fashion means that the end of world hunger is truly imminent. And so regardless of the cannabis and hemp industry, in other words, both of these pillars are solid pillars on their own, independent of each other. And so what I've done is to merge the two into a single kind of Uber topic, which spans those two, and in turn creates this whole new concept, which is the compassionate economy. Compassion coming from the cannabis and hemp industry, and compassionate economy coming from, well, first let's end world hunger, and then let's go after other global issues, each of which will generate an enormously positive return to the planet, to humanity, and even to even measured financially. I mean, when these 800 humans go from being hungry to being well nourished, productive, studying, learning, working, developing, creating, building, innovating, we're going to have a much richer world. And by richer, we don't necessarily mean consuming more of the world's limited resources. And that's yet another global transformational issue that we need to tackle. And so with compassionate economy, we now have a concept which is so broad that it spans all of these global transformational issues. And so that kind of paints a big picture, an overall view of the topics and where they came from. Next, it's important to do a brief review of the 3 stages of acceptance, because as we get into these topics and as we make this statement that we will see the end of world hunger, and anywhere near the magnitude that we see it today, we will see the end of world hunger by the end of this decade. So when we make statements like that, people generally take that statement and go through 3 stages of acceptance. The first stage of acceptance is, that's crazy, that could never work. The second stage of acceptance is, yeah, I know that exists, but it doesn't affect me. And the third stage of acceptance is, well, of course that's the way we do it. What took you so long? Saying that to somebody else who might be in the first or second stage of acceptance. And what's the point I want to make is, that's not 3 different people looking at this elephant from 3 different perspectives. This is one person going through those 3 stages of acceptance. And so as you're watching this, speaking to viewers outside this group, you may find yourself at the first stage of acceptance. Like, that's crazy, that'll never work. And if so, that's totally cool. Just wherever you are is perfect. There's no need to rush your way through the 3 stages of acceptance. Ask whatever questions you have. I see Marty smiling. Say whatever you have to say, so that you can be wherever you are in that stage and work through that stage at your own pace. If it takes weeks, months, take your time. One of our goals is that we make it easy for people to work through the 3 stages of acceptance, so that the world comes to see this in such obvious, stark, and very optimistic terms that we do. Because the sooner we get, half the world, 3/4 of the world, 90% of the world on board with this, who says we have to wait 6 years to see the end of world hunger? You see what I'm saying? Okay, so that's the richness of working through the 3 stages of acceptance, and I'm committed and convinced that the world will work through those stages very, very quickly. So now, having addressed kind of those foundational topics, now let's get into some of the specifics. So within the cannabis and hemp industry, we're creating ICCCO, ICCCO, the International Coalition of Cannabis Companies and Organizations, to build a foundation. Think of it as a foundation of intellectual property for the cannabis and hemp industry. And that foundation consists of some key components, such as the model legal code for cannabis and hemp, and closely related, the model rules and regulations for the industry, which countries around the world can adopt or modify, and as well as states and counties and cities. So basically have different levels of laws and rules and regulations and policies for the different levels of government: national, state, local, county, city, etc. And finally, standards, international standards for the cannabis and hemp industry. Uniform standards which can facilitate medical research, product development, testing, etc., etc. A uniform body of international standards is absolutely crucial. None of this exists currently, and so we're in the process of building it. So as we've been kind of laying the high-level architecture for these different components of the foundation for the industry, the next very profound question that came up was, what do we want to be the core of the foundation? What do we want to be the bedrock that this foundation sits on top of? And the answer that we came to was compassion. Because compassion is so broad, it covers so many different aspects of the cannabis and hemp industry. There's compassion for patients, there's compassion for youth, limiting or eliminating youth access and availability, compassion for entire countries such as Mexico and Colombia, which are suffering tremendously under the failed system of prohibition, creating entire failed states, and compassion for people who have ailments who don't even know that cannabis is an option, or know that it might be an option but still think of it as some bad illegal drug, etc., etc. So compassion seemed to be the perfect concept, and in fact we're already known as a compassionate industry. I mean, the medical law for the largest state in the country, California, is called the Compassionate Use Act. So compassion is already a term that's closely associated with the industry, but by intentionally making it its core, its bedrock, that can help drive everything we do, and in fact can help us to build those components of the foundation that I talked about a few minutes ago. Help us build those consistent with and driven by compassion. So is that all clear so far? Okay. And feel free to jump in with additional thoughts, questions. Let's make this a conversation. I don't want this to be a monologue. I don't want this or any other part of today. So please jump in.
Damon.
Yes.
This is Eric.
Yeah, Eric. Mm-hmm.
So all good stuff, and I would kind of like to loop that back around to your early part of that discussion about the stages of acceptance.
Yes.
So it's intriguing to me that in essence both of these things that we're talking about pairing together, which is the cannabis and hemp industry, and your compassionate, what is the term we're using?
Compassionate economy. The compassionate economy.
Compassionate economy. So the way that it's interesting that both of these are going to have to go through stages of acceptance. It's happening right now before us. You know, we're seeing legal battles in counties that did not vote for I-502. You know, people are struggling to learn how and envision how this is going to look, you know, because they're still afraid. And so, but overall, I'm kind of a big picture guy, and I mentioned this to you the other day when we met, that you know, there's some sort of paradigm shift that's happened worldwide, and I think it has something to do with you know, a lot of urgent issues, including hunger and environmental causes, and profound health issues, and you know, issues about, you know, corporate control. And I think there's some sort of critical mass of people that are ready for a change. They're ready for a new paradigm, because I'm talking to so many people that would not have been open to legal cannabis and legal hemp a decade ago, but now they're full supporters. And so in the scope of time, that's a quick change, you know. So I just wanted to say that I think, again, it's interesting that both of these things are going to have to go through stages of acceptance, but they can play off one another beautifully. And you know, having this as an underpinning of companies' mission, you know, to be a part of the compassionate economy and really, you know, support a broad-based, wonderful you know, effort. I think it's great.
You know, you just helped me think of the coolest analogy to what we're doing. It's actually a concept that I hadn't seen. It's like it just came into focus. I'd seen bits of it before, but you just helped me to see something amazing, and that's this: that because the end of prohibition is progressing and in fact accelerating, it's on a bit of an exponential, like, you know, path. And it's doing that so reliably and so solidly, it's almost like that's a wave, right? Let's call it the wave of the end of prohibition. And so we're essentially on a giant surfboard surfing that wave, but what we are is the end of world hunger and the transformation of other, you know, global issues. My buddy Dana Rohrabacher is a surfer, so this is for you, Dana. So we're surfing this wave, and here's the thing: when people's minds open to, oh, maybe cannabis isn't a dangerous drug like Nancy Reagan told me so many years ago, maybe it's actually, you know, a good thing. While their mind is open, let's drive our entire Trojan horse into that open mind and bring the end of world hunger along with it. Anyway, that's the insight I just got from what you just said, Eric. But that's actually a bit of a more of an advanced topic. So,
no, I would support you on that, Jim. I mean, the thing is, I talk in broad scope a lot. You know, it's both a strength and a failing, but you're just making a good analogy about a cultural shift that's happening on multiple levels, and it is a wave. So, you know, that's why we see companies like Monsanto being afraid, you know, because they see that shift. See how much they've amped up their public relations and legal lever, you know, to crazy levels now, and that's just sort of indicative of an old paradigm that's now realizes it's on its last legs. I mean, same with the petroleum industry. You know, I mean, these are all broad stroke issues, but they all interrelate.
Wow. No, very well said. And in fact, it's the combination of these issues that I think is going to, you know, make people see that there's something much, much bigger at stake here than just, oh, the legalization of yet another drug or whatever, right? And so it's really not so much a Trojan horse analogy as the entourage effect of having so many issues, come together and play together in harmony. And I think part of the architecting of how to help people through the 3 stages of acceptance is the architecting of the sequencing of the topics and the points and the facts and the strategies, right? Because there's just like this whole, Bellagio banquet of cornucopia of different, topics that we can delve into. So how do we sequence those topics? But anyway, I love everything you said, Eric, so amen. So continuing on with the general introduction, so with compassion as our core for the cannabis and hemp industry, then we said, well, do we limit the focus, the scope of compassion to just those topics which are directly related to cannabis and hemp, or do we go broader, beyond cannabis and hemp? Well, if we were to look broader, what might that look like? Well, what is the number one issue that's where compassion is missing and desperately needed today? I would argue that number one issue, there's a lot of issues, but I would argue that if not number one, then certainly 1 or 2, is world hunger. And with over 800 million people hungry, and at the very bottom of that spectrum, 9 million people dying of starvation every single year. I mean, the numbers are just gargantuan. So, well, what possibly could the cannabis and hemp industry do to impact world hunger? And enter the compassionate economy. And the concept of the compassionate economy is resonating very, very powerfully with people, with pretty much everyone I talk with. They're just like, wow. I mean, just super positive. And there's a small minority that it's just like, yeah, that sounds good, right? But that's a minority. I mean, it's really resonating. So with the, and of course, you say compassionate economy, and what does that mean? Well, it means this and this and this, and Monsanto can say we're a compassionate, company. We're helping to feed the world. We're helping to increase, production of food,
Really?
And other people would say, Monsanto, you are the furthest thing from a compassionate company. And so, how on earth do we reach agreement on what exactly compassion is? I also brought up the topic of growing cannabis indoors with no external light coming in versus growing in a greenhouse or a hybrid, greenhouse with supplemented with LEDs at night when needed, et cetera, et cetera. Is our indoor grows, is that a compassionate activity? And some people might say, well, dude, they're growing weed. They're helping to end prohibition. They're the pioneers. Of course that's compassionate. They're the pioneers of this compassionate, and they had to be indoor because they were underground for so many years. You can't ask them to just throw away all that investment. Don't be ridiculous. You're the one who's being uncompassionate. So it's like, but indoor grows consume a lot of electricity and other scarce resources. And so, is that a compassionate activity? So what on earth? So, I mean, is there anything that we can determine is compassionate or not compassionate? I mean, how do you make the judgment call? And so really, this calls for a multidimensional, well-developed taxonomy of topics and subtopics on all these related issues that we're talking about, and really build a solid foundation of like, well, first of all, what really matters for the planet? What are we who are we being compassionate to? Just people, or people and animals, or people and animals and plants? And what about future generations and sustainability, all that kind of stuff? And so, a clear definition of what we mean by compassion. That's all a conversation that needs to happen. So, well, if we can't agree on what exactly defines a compassionate economy, then what do we do? Do we spend the next 10 years just talking and figuring out and finally coming to agreement on what a compassionate economy is? Or do we start with something very, very simple and say, look, this is version 1.0. Is it the end-all, be-all? No, it's just a start. It's just the beginning. This is version 1.0. of the compassionate economy. And what is version 1.0? Version 1.0 is 0.1% of a company's revenue contributed to ending world hunger, one specific issue, and where the company chooses to whom they contribute. Somebody wrote 0.01. It's not 0.01. It's 0.1. So, and the company chooses to whom they contribute, to which organization or organizations they contribute those funds. So 0.1% is 0.1%. It's 1/1000th of revenue. So a small company that has $1 million per year in revenue, their contribution would be $1,000 per year. It's not going to break the bank. Now, a rich billion-dollar company would make a contribution of $1 million per year. It's real money, but to a billion-dollar company, it's not going to break the bank. And of course, the contributions start the moment you choose to be a designated compassionate company within the compassionate economy. And so you start accruing from that point forward. So if you need to adjust your prices or whatever, or cut costs someplace else, you can do that. But that's the definition. I mean, it's incredibly simple, right? And that definition does not presuppose that we have completely solved. So think of world hunger as consisting of two parts. There's two parts to ending world hunger. There's raising the money that's needed, and then there's spending that money, deploying those funds, right? Operating the various different programs to end world hunger, whether they're relief, education, long-term development projects, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay? But from a high level, there's raising the funds and there's deploying the funds. Okay. So the Compassionate Economy version 1.0 addresses raising the funds, but the deployment of the funds are left up to the individual company. So there is no master plan in version 1.0 of a central orchestration of deploying those funds. Is that a problem? Of course it's a problem. And version 1.0 is not perfect, but it is a start. We have to start with something. I posit that we need to start with something that people can wrap their heads around, that's simple enough and that will, address the issue. Anyway, more on version 1.0 later, and on version 2.0, et cetera, et cetera. But on the big picture, you've got version 1.0, which is the first very, very simple, easy to articulate, and I would argue relatively uncontroversial, modulo the last point that I made, which we'll talk about later. How do we orchestrate the use of the best use of these funds, right? That's a great discussion to have. But the fact that the companies themselves will choose where to donate their money makes it essentially a marketplace for organizations, nonprofit organizations, et cetera. Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, World Food Project, whatever. Just make sure the money's earmarked for feeding the hungry or ending world hunger, which is a slightly different long-term view. And, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with having a marketplace of different organizations that provide different services or products or both to the cause of ending world hunger? One might argue that might be the best way to do it, rather than have some, centralized orchestrating, bureaucratic bottleneck. You know what I'm saying? It's just a thought. And anyway, that's yet another topic to explore. But bottom line, version 1.0 is simple, simple, simple. And I would argue not too controversial. There's going to be controversy in anything, but I think this is going to be relatively uncontroversial. I mean, look, here's one way of putting it. Suppose that in the middle of the night, all the world leaders got together and agreed that there would be a uniform tax of 0.1% imposed on all citizens of the world at the retail level to end world hunger. And boom, you walk into a Safeway tomorrow and buy $100 of groceries. Guess what? That's not $100 anymore. It's $100.10. Oh my goodness. I paid another dime on top of my 100. Would anyone protest that?
The business owner, certainly not. For your plan or in this scenario.
Right. Anyway, but in this new hypothetical scenario, it's like, who on earth could possibly oppose that? And if no one would oppose it, and in fact people would applaud it and say, brilliant, of course, we should have done that a long time ago. That's third stage of acceptance. If you can get to the third stage of acceptance on that hypothetical concept of a uniform worldwide tax to end world hunger of 0.1%, then I posit you can get your head around the beauty and simplicity of this private sector driven solution, which is the Compassionate Economy version 1.0, of a 0.1% contribution, voluntary contribution made by each company, not taxed by your local or federal government, but a voluntary contribution.
I think that's an important point, if you don't mind me jumping in here.
Not at all.
As you and Soham and I discussed on Wednesday, I think what you just said, it's not a tax, is actually a really important point to drive home here. What we're driving, I imagine, for example, you try to co-opt some sort of, I don't want to name names, but some big company. Well, as you and I, as we all discussed on Wednesday, big companies are about extracting, they're not about building. And so long as they're making money, whether that's through extraction or building, but extraction shorter term, so that's what they do, they're going to keep making money. You approach a company that's making, you said like, what, $5 billion a year? Not sure they're going to chip off 50 million and send it our way.
5 million.
That's
$5
fine.
million.
Or, yeah, 5 million. If they do, that's awesome. But if they don't, it will be a difference in values. And I think values is an important word here, and this is something we need to bring up. And it sounds like a limiter, but actually I think it's something that could reinforce what you're trying to get at. If we have the values that we seem to be driving at in a compassionate economy is, well, you can't have compassion if you have a tax. Compassion that's taxed is not compassion, it's compulsion. Compulsion, I think that's the right word. We are trying, it seems like we're sort of trying to build a community around eco or around the compassionate economy idea.
Yeah.
That's about solving problems by our own voluntary input. And if people don't want to take part in that, that's fine. But I think you're also banking on the possibility that there's tons of people who do. And I think that that's not just a possibility, it's a truth, and it's one that projects like this will bring out.
Here's the thing, if you don't, do you mind my interjecting, Phelan?
Not at all. I'm done.
Okay. So I see it as it's not just like a completely voluntary thing on the part of all these companies. I mean, imagine instead of just the 6 of us, we had 10 of us, and there were 4 companies represented at the table. And let's say that 3 out of 4 of those companies said, I hear what you're saying, I hear the argument, but I just really don't think I could sell it to my management, so we're out. We're not going to do it. We're going to take a pass, right? I think that that addresses that's a scenario within your concern. But here's the thing: it's not really going to be up to the companies to make a yes/no decision just like that at the level of this meeting that we're having today. Because what's going to happen is we're going to start pushing over dominoes, first in the cannabis and hemp industry, then in the food industry, and it'll spill over to other industries. And we're creating a wave. We're creating a worldwide consumer movement, a worldwide popular movement. And the movement will be driven by millennials much more than by corporations. Okay? And once you have a critical, and not just millennials, I just use them as an example. I mean, the millennials are a much more powerful segment to win over. And basically any smart millennial who's willing to really think about this for more than 30 seconds and simply recount the ideas why they decided 10 years ago that world hunger was intractable, right? And just kind of rattle off a couple of those and say, next, where are we going to lunch? Anyone who's willing to look at this, a vast majority of them are going to say, wow, this is a no-brainer. Not just is it a no-brainer, I want to get behind it and support it, right? I want to take action. So, I mean, and the facts speak for themselves. Here we are, 6 of us on a Saturday, right? And instead of heading to the mountains or to the beach or to our relative's house or friends or whatever, we're here, sitting in front of a computer, something that we generally agree we don't like to do very much, and we do a bit too much of already. So we're voting with our feet. And the millennials will vote with their feet, as they already are. The large handful who've heard about this, and so that consumer preference of all consumers across the world, even though we won't get 100% of consumers, behind this necessarily, And during the first stage of acceptance, we may only have 5 or 10% of consumers behind this. Even that's enough to move the dial, because those 5 or 10% of consumers, predominantly in blue states, are the target market. These educated, actively engaged consumers are a big part of the target market of a lot of brands. And it's no coincidence that we're going after the cannabis and hemp industry and then the specialty food industry in order, because these brands live in the blue states. They were built in the blue states. They market in the blue states. Their customers are in the blue states. So as soon as they understand that 5 to 10% of their target market is getting behind this compassionate economy thing, and what it only costs us 0.1%, and then we can be one of the leaders in this. We can actually be seen as a leader. And by the way, that 5 to 10% today of consumers. It'll be 20% in another 3 or 4 months. It'll be 40% another 3 or 4 months after that. That's how, what we're talking about here is literally a worldwide movement. It's the combination of cannabis and hemp and the end of prohibition and ending world hunger. Kaboom! And it's going to be irresistible. And people are going to see these cool these amazing conversations that we're having, and so many of the others in that hypothetical Malibu mansion, which probably won't remain too hypothetical for too long. I think people are going to say, "Dude, bring the party over here." I think we're going to see some people who are going to throw out that kind of invitation. And why not? I mean, people can dial in virtually from their home, as always, because there'll be big screens in every room, and people can come to the party as well. And what a party it'll be, because the thing is, again, it'll be ongoing, and these conversations will be ongoing. So it's just it's mind-boggling when I stop and think about it sometimes. But of course, I've been thinking about it a while. But I digress. My point is, the consumer pressure will push these companies to go certified compassionate. Many of them, perhaps even a majority, will make the decision as a business decision. This makes good business sense. Yes, it's going to cost us 0.1% of revenue, but you know what? Top line, we're going to grow 5% this year instead of the projected 3%. That's a net increment of 2% top line growth minus 0.1% top line. You know what, dude? It's a no-brainer. What we're doing is we're making the end of world hunger a profitable proposition for the first several hundred or several thousand companies that sign up. And once you've got a critical mass of a few thousand companies, it's news all over the world. And either some major flaw in version 1.0 is discovered and exposed, right? And I'm hauled off to jail for inciting some just horrifically bad idea, right? Or we end world hunger. In other words, either we get beaten down by the opponents, or we blast through all these barriers and we take the world onto the third stage of acceptance. And it's like everyone is saying this is a brilliant idea and we got to do it. And we got to do it as soon as possible. And what took you so long? And Walmart, what's taking you so long? Hello, Walmart.
Damon?
And it becomes a major story, because as soon as Walmart gets on board, cha-ching, there's another $500 million a year in private contributions to ending world hunger. That's going to move the dial, right? Now, Walmart probably already is making some contributions to ending world hunger. It'd be very interesting to know how much they are. Hey, are they compassionate already? For all we know, maybe they are. I suspect they're not, but I don't know for sure. So you see, it drives transparency. Open up the kimono, Walmart. How much are you contributing to ending world hunger specifically? And same thing for McDonald's, same thing for Toyota, right? Same thing for Google. Google's going to jump all over this.
And they can say they're giving to other organizations, but I think we should establish ours as the most effective. If we have good charitable contacts and good transparency and measuredness about what exactly we're contributing to, I think that would make people want to
mute your microphone when you're not talking, because we got some background static. Phelan, go ahead and repeat, please.
Basically, I think if we establish ourselves, there's already a large marketplace of charities out there, but how can we establish ourselves as I guess you could say, a brand movement that people want to sign up to. It all comes down to the integrity of the operation that we actually run and making sure that the money that people give us makes its way to where it's intended to go. Or I guess you could say the people's view thereof. But I think people's view is going to be tied a little closer to reality than I guess the higher up marketing people at larger companies would want to believe. Basically, I'm saying I don't think that the transfer of money to people who actually needs it or assistance to people who needs it can be faked. And I think the less it's faked, and the more it is reported upon, I think the more people will, especially the sort of people we're trying to attract with this, I think the more they will, as a consumer, demand that companies sign on with this project and deliver assistance to it.
No, I agree with the spirit of what you just said. There's an important factual point that I want to clarify, which is that no one will be giving money to us.
Mm-hmm.
We're not soliciting nor accepting donations at this point of any kind, or contributions at this point of any kind. I'm simply funding it myself out of my own pocket, and very happy to do that. And this is by design. I do not want for our organization to in any way ever be accused or suspected of taking money that people are donating to charity, blah, 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 and using it for some other purpose. I mean, I don't even want it to be a possibility. So that's why I'm not even accepting any funds from anyone else right now, even when offered money. And, you know, we will have sources of revenue over time. For example, you know, membership dues on certain websites and whatnot, or, you know, donations to certain websites. But those will be very transparent. That'll happen in the future. But for now, we're keeping it very, very simple.
I was wondering, in your calculations, you know 1%, and you said like 1/3. If 1/3 of the 1% or something like donate.
No, if 1/3 of companies in the world contribute 0.1%,
yeah, 0.1%
of their top line revenue to ending world hunger, that will equate to over $30 billion per year.
But that $30 billion, when you think about it, when it's put into those nonprofits, how the percentage of into those nonprofits have a percentage, 75% is marketing budget for them, and 25% is, for resources. So like that money is again split up. You know what I'm saying? Like
I know exactly what you're saying. Here's the thing. That's a really important point. There are thousands, tens of thousands of different organizations which are feeding the hungry.
Yeah.
Some of those organizations take 100% of donations made to those organizations and use that money directly for ending hunger, and 0 for administrative expenses or other expenses that are not directly going to ending world hunger.
Some of those are like getting outside funding for those other costs.
Exactly, or the founders. Like in my case, I'm funding all of the costs of the nonprofits that I run. And so other nonprofits have similar benefactors, but what I'm saying is some organizations take 100% of their funds and use it to ending world hunger. Others use maybe more like 10% of their funds to ending world. I think that's your point.
Yeah.
There are shades of gray. It's not that all nonprofit organizations are deeply corrupt and are just.
No, and I think it's essential for a lot of nonprofits to build like their marketing and kind of build their own business in a way, because if they're expanding, they're getting the word out, they're getting more people to donate, and it's growing, and they're able to do more. I don't know.
It's really interesting. There is that effect, but there's another effect that's specific to the compassionate economy. Is with the compassionate economy, those nonprofits don't need to market to us anymore. What they need to do is focus on delivering good results with the money that they receive, publishing those results, making it transparent, not through infomercials where all you see is dial now, call now, call. No, but actual facts that are presented in an objective way. And there will be other nonprofit organizations which will be monitoring and evaluating and auditing, the nonprofits which are receiving the funds. So this is part of the concept of creating a whole marketplace for these different organizations that are addressing world hunger in different ways. And in version 1.0, however imperfect, it's essentially using, I don't know, a democratic market process where each individual donor company chooses to whom they contribute.
Jamin, I have a question too about that. The same way that you are going to certify, compassionate companies based on their commitment to this 0.1% of top line revenue, is there a way to decide a certain threat as they donate, receive as a donation, then they get the compassionate charity stamp or whatever is there a way to certify that, or are you going to leave it entirely up to the donor?
I'll tell you what, so you're breaking up quite a bit. Could you do me a favor and on your bandwidth settings for your video bandwidth, turn that down a bit so that we get all of your audio, because we didn't hear it. We didn't hear everything that you said. I got the general idea. So let me answer the question I thought you asked, and if I missed anything, please repeat it, or even type it into the chat window if you prefer. But basically, it pertains to the certification of companies which make the commitment to be a member of the compassionate economy. So let's say these companies receive the compassionate company certification, right? This would both be a document that they could have on file and show whenever requested, or post an image of it on their website or whatever. But it's also, they would have the rights to use the compassionate company brand or logo on their packaging, on their marketing materials, on their website. So they'd be able to say, yes, we are certified compassionate. They'd be able to advertise that fact, which of course is free advertising for the certified compassionate company program, right? And so it becomes a virtuous cycle. As soon as you get some lead participants, then it spreads. So it's very much a marketing program for these companies, but an extremely benevolent marketing program at that.
My question
to interject here real quick. I believe we keep talking about compassionate companies and really getting the companies on board. I think it's also important to remember that we want to focus on the compassionate individual too, because some of these larger companies that we may have trouble getting on board because their 0.1% can be so huge, those type of companies usually have a matching program. So you get their employees on board, and their employees are donating, and now in turn, because of the contracts that they have with their employees, they're obligated to match those donations. Sometimes following up with that can be difficult, but if their employees are informative and they bring the stuff that they need, it's very easy to collect that donation. And also, I think as part of a compassionate company, we also should look at compassionate charities. I think both should be very transparent. And to Marty's point of how do we know what these companies are doing with the money that's been donated, I think that it's important to potentially bring in some transparency on the charity side as well, saying, okay, you received this money through a compassionate company donation. We'd like to see something of how it's being spent, where it's going, how the allocating the funds is. So not only are we getting companies that are compassionate, but we're getting charities that are also becoming involved, and people know what's going on because people are more likely to donate if they know where that money is being spent.
Will, and I think that's really the question that I originally had, was about whether we had a certification on some type of metric, like if what % of each dollar that's donated to them actually makes it back to the people that they're trying to help. So maybe that's set at 75 cents on every dollar has to make it to what the original cause is, and if they can meet that threshold, then they get the same stamp of compassionate charity.
Right, and so that's why transparency is the answer. We need to have transparency, and we will, perhaps one of the things that one of our nonprofits will do, or perhaps a different nonprofit, will be the auditing of these different charities, so that they can't just make a claim, no, it all goes to the kids, and in reality the president's driving around in some Rolls Royce. you know, we need to have that auditing and that transparency. So that's a whole topic unto itself. How do we create that? How do we foster that? How do we make that a requirement and build it into the foundation of this whole program, right? That whole question needs to be answered, and I don't want to just try to, come up with the best answer we can in 5 minutes and call it good. No, that's going to be a topic on Spectral Radius that we'll delve into deeply. Okay, as to the question of what percentage of those funds actually makes it to the people who need it, well, obviously there's certain things that are just, there's no question if they spent a portion of the money on purchasing food, from some supplier, that obviously is money that's going to the people who need it. Transportation costs, well, of course, transportation costs. That's part of getting the food to the people who need it. Food preparation, okay, that too. Well, what about the salaries of the people who were paying to prepare the food? Is that part of the cost? These are salaries. It's not food. It's salaries paid to people who are preparing the food. So do you look at that as part of the cost, part of the COGS, if you will, of the finished product plus service that we're delivering to the end customer, even though they're not paying for it? Do you consider that part of the COGS or not? And what about the person at headquarters who's coordinating the purchasing and coordinating the logistics of all these food deliveries, right? Is that part of the COGS, or is that, oh, no, that's administrative, that's bad, right? Where do you draw the line? Again, I don't want to answer that question now because it involves a level of depth and exploration by experts who have worked for these organizations, who have audited these organizations. It's a whole conversation. So let's put that all into a topic called the auditing and transparency and goals and ethics and standards and what defines compassion for a nonprofit organization, right? Let's put that all into a topic and put that topic in the parking lot. Now, why do I say put it in the parking lot? Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead. You go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think that the way that you started talking about how all those different costs incorporate into how whether it just shows how perfectly this meshes back with the cannabis industry, because that's the same discussion that we as cannabis businesses have to have every single day with the complex tax code and 280E that we're going through. So and more than that, the way, I've just looked through some of the values on the ECO website, and by building these different standards of youth access prevention and production standards for cannabis and hemp, and by building this idea of a compassionate economy into what are the standards for industry, it makes it a lot more simple going forward. And, I'm sorry, I got a little this discussion of taxation and how we evaluate the cost of different stuff perfectly lines up with the same issues we deal with within the industry.
No, that's a really good point, because it means that within the industry we have the expertise to really play a leadership role. Because here's the thing, these tax guidelines and everything else is driving a lot of innovation at the level of the CPAs and the consultants and the business owners. There's a lot of innovation here and a lot of new ways of looking at the cost of goods sold and ABC, activity-based costing, and et cetera, et cetera. So it's a fascinating area. And so here is where these tools and these principles are really being exercised, as opposed to the textiles industry that grappled with this in the 1920s, put the issue to bed with a bunch of standards which are now collecting dust somewhere in the Library of Congress, right? We're not going to be able to call up the authors of that 1920s, set of books, because they're all dead, right? The people who've got the expertise now are the ones who are exercising it on a daily basis, and you find them in the cannabis and hemp industry. So the synergies are just profound. That's one I hadn't even thought of, and what a great synergy. But are you all with me that this is a topic that, at the level of this conversation today, we've gone kind of deep enough, I would say? Is it fair to kind of wrap it into a topic and put it into what I call the parking lot? Is that fair? Okay, because we've got so many cool topics to there's a temptation to go deep on a specific topic, but we want to go broad enough to provide our viewers with a good overview of the whole thing.
Eric, did you have another point? I thought I heard you pipe up at some point.
Yes, yeah, I did. I've kind of moved on from that one in my thought, but I did want to kind of bring it back around to the cannabis and hemp industry. Make sure that we keep it focused on that, because I think Jamin spoke to how that's a really great leverage point. I was speaking to the parallel on how we can help the Compassionate project along with our development of our industry. But let's talk about just money. If we're talking about a $2 billion commercial cannabis crop in Washington State by 2016, which is the projection, that dwarfs our formerly, largest agricultural crop in Washington, which is apples. On top of that, this is not even discussing hemp, which, I posted a couple of links to a Facebook page. I post a lot of stuff about hemp. I mean, this is the less spoken about part. I mean, we're all focused on the legal recreational cannabis industry. More power to us, but others. I mean, Sohum, you have an exchange. I think you're probably thinking long play on the hemp as well. I mean, that's big time. Okay, we're talking one state, and who falls next? Oregon, perhaps Alaska, definitely California coming down the pike. 10 times the size of our economy in Washington State. So think about just us. Think about just our industry fully committing to, this project. Kentucky for hemp, yeah. Fucking Tennessee for hemp. Yes, Sohum, for sure. So, these people, just jumping to the side for a second, Kentucky, places like that, Mid-South, that's a great example of how this bridges so many, so many previously cultural divides between right and left, politically, Christian or not, conservative or liberal. All of those things that are bridged together, through both cannabis and hemp. So let's just talk about the money there. What if 100% of companies that are profitable in Washington State, within a year, were on board with this, and we're generating, pushing $2 billion total revenue in Washington State. Let's do the calculus there.
$2 million, 0.1% of $2 billion, $2 million.
Yeah, 0.1% of 2 billion would be 2 million. Yeah, and I think the point there is, that 2 billion sounds like a big figure. 2 million is a tiny, tiny drop in the bucket in terms of the global economy. So our target market in terms of the 0.1% is a $100 trillion market. The 100 trillion is the sum total of all commercial transactions that happen around the world, and our target is 1/3. Well, our target is all of it, but our projection, our an important milestone is hitting 1/3 of that, because once we've hit 1/3 of penetration into that $100 trillion market of transactions, we'll be raising over $30 billion per year.
Well,
so, yeah.
If I can hop in real quick, and I'll keep this a constrained point, but okay, so if the goal is actually to resolve the problem of world hunger, so there are a few things that we can take out of Eric's point. Number one, yeah, the hemp industry isn't like gigantic, right? People don't live and subsist and build their houses out of cannabis or hemp. But I think, one, it will get the operation going. We are going to have to, Jamin, I don't know what you think of this, but like, we're going to start getting researchers, going to have to start doing tons more Google Hangouts, so much so that people might have to be paid for their time, right, as consultants or some such. Point is, we're going to have to start wrapping the administration together. The cannabis input from the cannabis industry, let's not even say we get into natural foods, right? The cannabis industry alone can start funding assuming Jamin decides to actually begin operations now, can fund the incubator for the ideas for this so that we can prepare for intercepting the $100 trillion economy. So an additional benefit to the cannabis industry is that for a while, right, it will be durable, but for a while it'll be just a fad. And I mean that as in it will be getting a lot of chatter, right? Because it's a new thing, right? People get to smoke weed finally. Ooh, let's talk about that. Well, if you take the cannabis message and you allow the eco or the compassionate economy message to sort of piggyback on it, that could help take this, it could help spread visibility of eco faster, right? And at the same time, Jamin, as I said, we can begin working on who we're going to suggest eco to next, what industry we're going to try to spread eco to next. That's all I wanted to point out. It can, yeah, it can be vocal, or we can be a vocal proponent in the beginning, in the incubating stage of this. The other thing is, even if we don't necessarily co-opt every single large non-cannabis company in the world, an interesting thing is the money that we are going to try to decide to spend with the compassionate economy, correct me if I'm wrong, is to help other people solve their problems. So supposedly there's 800 million people who don't have enough food, right? Sure, with the cannabis industry, we could probably feed at the very most 100 million if we were extremely smart. That's only an eighth of the problem. But we can also have a compounding effect by helping them build their own agriculture. And if we do it effectively enough, the 100 billion that we feed can become productive and feed another 50 million or another 100 million. So the goal of actually feeding people can get done with good planning.
Phelan, I really like what you said. That kind of the idea of microfinance, where it's brings us back can a fish eats for a day lifetime, and microfinance that's the idea behind it. And there's all sorts of controversy surrounding predatory lending in third world countries, but when executed properly, a microloan can set somebody up to build a sustainable, not just enough food to feed themselves, but actually build a sustainable business where they can provide produce, one crop or two crops that they bring in. And if you have 5 of those people providing different crops, you basically created a sustainable farmers market in an economy or in a community which otherwise everybody was basically starving for food. So I really like what you said there. That brings it back to that idea of empowering somebody versus just giving them something.
Mm-hmm. That might be the low-hanging fruit for charities that we decide to look in first, Jamin. Just a note in case you care to jot it down somewhere.
Oh, yeah. The point you mean, looking at charities which are looking at sustainable solutions as opposed to just providing relief. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. In fact, that's part of the articulation of what the Compassionate Economy 1.0 is, which is that the companies that make their contribution of 0.1% to organizations, there is no presumption that no, all that has to go to relief, or no, that all has to go to long-term development projects that'll, create a sustainable, system over time. It's a combination of those two and education and a bunch of others, where the entourage effect is, see, look, there's an immediate need for relief. A 3-year-old who's emaciated and is about to die of starvation in the next 10 days unless they're administered some, serum, some basic nutrients ASAP. All these other projects that we're talking about are totally meaningless to that 3-year-old, right? They'd be very meaningful to a future sibling of that 3-year-old that might be born 2 or 3 years from now, but totally meaningless for that 3-year-old. So it's not all about building a sustainable system that no longer requires any more external input and can just carry on its own. There is this very important need to prime the pump and get nutrients to that 3-year-old, even if the process of getting the nutrients to that 3-year-old are not sustainable. Right.
Might it then be a good idea to establish a long-term plan of, like, we're going to feed this community here, and then there's rations for maybe a year before the second project gets going, before they're able to make their own project, which is the third step.
Right. And here's the interesting thing. Some organizations cover all 3 or 4 or 10 of those phases. Other organizations are only focused on one particular phase. So think of it like, building a development project of 100 houses in some suburban development somewhere in Southern California, right? the first phase is, you got to level the hills. All right, the next phase is you got to put in the drainage and this and this and this and this. The next phase is this. Those activities are typically not done by one single company. You've got a specialty contractor who comes in and does the clearing of the land. And then another one comes in and puts in the sewage, pipes. And another one puts in, a different one puts in the water pipes. And a different one puts in the electrical infrastructure. And a different one puts in the roads, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. However, to your point, there is a general contractor who's in charge of the entire project and who orchestrates the entire project through all of its phases. That orchestration function is vital. It's crucial. And there's two schools of thought on it that I've been kind of thinking of, and there's probably more schools of thought, and we should talk about these. But the two schools of thought I've thought about are, one, centralized orchestration, and the other is the invisible hand. Does everybody know about the invisible hand of economics? Yep, everyone's right. Okay. So with the invisible hand, it's basically version 1.0 relies on the invisible hand. It basically says each company is going to make its contributions to whichever nonprofit organization it chooses, as long as those funds go to ending hunger. And what do we mean by ending hunger? We mean the whole gamut, the whole spectrum of short-term relief, short-term unsustainable relief, if you will, and that it's not part of a self-sustaining system, all the way towards fully self-sustaining, long-term, well-planned, optimized infrastructure, whatever it takes, right? You see how there's a spectrum there from unsustainable to sustainable? Okay, so in the invisible hand model, the marketplace does the orchestrating, right? The centralized orchestrated model, which was at the which is what the Soviet Union tried to do from the end of World War II up until, whenever in the 90s, that they basically called it quits to the extent that they have. And that was a very poor implementation. That's not to suggest that all centrally orchestrated systems are going to be a failure, but there is a lot to be said for the marketplace model of let each organization, transparently display to the world what it does, what its plans are, what it plans to do with incremental money that it raises above and beyond its current budget, et cetera, et cetera. Is it part of an orchestrated system, or is it just doing its own thing its own way, right? And I put together a video which I'll send, which paints a picture of a holistic global model for centrally orchestrating all of these activities, driven by artificial intelligence and continuous capturing and analysis, automated analysis of data from satellites, from all kinds of different sources of exactly what the current state of the world is, where the most needs are, and an centrally orchestrated, optimized plan for implementation across all these different layers of development, from relief to long-term development to education to you name it, right? And I'll send that link around so everyone can watch it, and I'll also make sure it's posted to wherever this video is posted, so it can be used as reference. But anyway, back to the two main schools of thought: central orchestration versus marketplace. That in itself is a giant conversation to have, which will happen over the course of many, many months, and it's not one that I think we can just give a quick answer to right now. So that's yet another example of a topic that I propose that we put into the parking lot unless people want to talk more about it now. But we've got other high-level topics to address other than orchestration. Orchestration is a great topic. It's an extremely rich topic. It's one of my favorites, in fact. But we've got a whole bunch to talk about.
Yeah, Jamie, I was actually... Oh, sorry, go ahead, Phelan.
Oh, I was going to say you were going to mention a break.
I was...
Yeah, a break is a great idea. So what we'll do is we'll just let the cameras roll. I mean, feel free to turn off your camera and whatnot. I was thinking a 10-minute break, unless people need more time. 5 minutes typically doesn't really work. People end up, even if you say 5, people end up taking 10. So why don't we just go ahead and take 10? Is that fair? Does that work for everybody? Okay, it's
Works for me.
12:09. We'll reconvene at 12:19, and we'll see you all in 10 minutes.
Thanks.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back, whoever is back. And we'll maybe give it another couple of minutes. Looks like people aren't quite back yet.
So before everyone gets back, Jamin, I was just wondering, once we do all reconvene, if we could get a little bit more into how we can, help, facilitate the adoption of this 0.1% commitment throughout the cannabis industry. It seems like we've all talked a lot about, the implementation and how these funds will be distributed, but us all being part of the cannabis industry, I think we have a lot more insight as to how we can help, fuel the movement for eco throughout the industry.
Awesome. We'll definitely talk about that. I'm going to wrap up a little bit more on previous, but that's a great topic, so let me write that down. Let's make sure we cover that.
I think, and Marty had a good $1 billion number in Washington is really just based off of companies that actually touch the product, and doesn't even scratch the surface of companies like all of ours, which are ancillary services. And the potential impact that could have might be a lot larger.
Oh, yeah. And no need to limit it just to the state of Washington or Washington, Colorado. This is an international industry.
Oh, yeah.
In the making, so heck yeah.
And that was one thing that I want to help get into a little bit too, is Washington and Colorado right now, and maybe provide some insight on how this could be implemented in Colorado. And then as we move forward, the entire world is looking to Washington and Colorado now in terms of what are those industry standards. And if we can make it an industry standard in both of these states, then it's just, it's part of the industry. If you want to have regulation and legalization as part of your state's industry, then if this is already a part of that and they're using our two states as examples, then it's already a natural part of implementation of legalization. Hey, Jamin, I think you're on mute.
You're on mute there, Jamin.
Dude, thanks you guys. Sorry about that. The point I was making is there's two different sides to that. There's developing the standard, right, and then there's promoting it and implementing it. And so, really the two are going to evolve. But I think there's going to be a lot more work on the development side for a while as regards ECO and the foundation for the cannabis and hemp industry prior to implementation. However, and on the Compassionate Economy 1.0, that's something that can be implemented almost immediately. And so I think, but we'll talk about both of those implementations, both ECO and the Compassionate Economy. Okay. It looks like we're all back. There's one point I wanted to make on the previous topic. Phelan, are you there, buddy?
I'm here.
Okay, cool. So on the last topic, which I motioned that we move to the parking lot, I just wanted to just sort of, give you and others an opportunity to close out on that, or say any other thoughts that you have, because it is a fascinating topic, right? But it's also a topic where, let's say we get into it right now, we spend an hour on it, we say, you know what, here's our policy, the organizations that are donated to, they have to kind of follow this model of, repeatability, sustainability, and we want it to be like this growing thing, and we start to impose some sort of standards on top of that. Well, what we've then done is we've imposed our own view onto how it should be. And that may or may not be consistent with how a lot of the nonprofits are operating, right? And some of them may actually have a better view than whatever view we come up with in the next hour or so of conversation, because none of us, to my knowledge, have even spent a year working for a nonprofit that's directly tackling the problem. And that's the problem when smart people look, that's one potential risk, when smart people look at a problem that they don't have deep expertise in for the first time, and they start coming up with all kinds of cool solutions, right, to problems which may have already been solved much better by other people years ago. and we just don't know about it yet. And so my point is, it's a topic very worthy of discussion and exploration, but it's a big, long, in-depth topic, and I just don't see how much value we could really add in an hour of us just kind of brainstorming around it versus the other topics that do, I think, demand our attention, like the one that someone just brought up, which is, hey, how do we actually move this forward, right? So anyway.
I think sometimes the next step in the discussion is, here's a stub, and we need to do more research on this. So let's reconvene XYZ and do more research on this. That's fine.
Exactly. And so when I say put it in the parking lot, that basically identifies what we've just discussed as a stub and says, great, let's move that stub, let's plant it here in the parking lot, let's water it, let's nourish it, and if somebody wants to volunteer to start a specific hangout on that topic, feel free. And then that can be sent out to everyone on the email list. We'll have, 30 people signed up.
And can we get, if we're going to that topic, would we want to get people that are professionals in the nonprofit industry to join these Google Hangouts?
Absolutely. Now, there is a certain filter for joining these specific Google Hangouts, but really, I think it should be up to the person who organizes the Hangout what kind of filter they want to put. So, like for me, it's very, very important that the people who join not include naysayers who are just going to say, well, here's why I think that'll never work. Ha, 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 ha. I wouldn't want a couple of dudes drinking beer on a sofa chiming in every 5 minutes saying, oh, that's all stupid, that's never going to work, Kind of an extreme example. But, basically Beavis and Butthead need not apply. But whoever holds a specific hangout on a specific topic, they get to define the filter. They can say, look, here's who I'm, and they can decide whether to invite specific people or make it open invitation or whatever, right? That's my thought on that.
Jamin, if I was to decide to do one of these, just FYI, the workflow that I would use is I do my research about individual people, right? That's just, you got to do that through networking. I get a list of people that I think are good contacts. I would call them each individually and have a brief conversation with them to vet them. Some people would drop out, and I take the remainders from them, run them by you, and run my summary by you, because I consider you the leader in this particular area. And I'd say, I plan on having a hangout and discussing it with these people, these specific experts, plus these people, specifically from the cannabis group, and bring them all together. That's how I proceed. I'd always vet people and then run them by you.
Yeah, that's fine. And different people can determine their own process, and we can evolve different processes. We can just play with it, and we'll figure out what works over time. So I'm sure it'll evolve just fine. I don't have any big concerns or worries about that. But that in turn is a great topic. What should the process be, right? Maybe I'm not giving it sufficient attention. So maybe we really should think it out. But again, let's make that a stub and put it on there, and then we can even have a conversation about process if we want. That's one of the cool things about this, is it's infinitely expandable, and that's part of the rationale for the name Spectral Radius, which is the dimensionally enhanced social network where we'll address, in an unbounded, holistic way, all the world's global transformational issues. So that's the idea there. So many topics. It's like lift up a rock and 3 topics pop out. But that's the nature of where we are at this time. And so with that, I'll move to the topic Soham brought up, which is, how can we help forward this along within the cannabis and hemp industry? That's a really, really, really good question. And I propose that before we delve into directly answering that question, I'm going to write down let's take a short inventory of the different questions of that level that we might want to be asking, so we can architect how we go about answering all of these questions and in what order, like what's the priority, what's the sequence. So one is, grow within the cannabis and hemp industry. Another one is to, Another goal is to develop ECO as a platform, as an organization with membership, etc. Another is developing the Compassionate Economy 1.0, right? Because that's something that can appeal to and have participation from companies in all industries. It's not just limited to cannabis and hemp. To what extent do we develop what I'll just call Project Seattle, for starters, where Project Seattle includes using Flyby to make deliveries to, feed, for homeless shelters and food banks and churches, et cetera, wherever food is collected and distributed and served to people who are hungry. We've got Project Seattle. And another would be, develop the conversations like what we're doing right now, and develop the, the taxonomy of topics and subtopics, et cetera, that will populate spectral radius, that will populate ecotox, because I believe that these media will go viral, and people will tell their friends, their colleagues, and say, "Man, we just had the coolest conversation. I'm sorry you missed it, but guess what? Here, you can watch it. Here's the link." And then once we have the video editor intern working, starting in a week or so, we'll be able to start slicing and dicing these and populating specific. We'll take the stubs, like a 10-minute conversation that we had half an hour ago, on the topic of orchestration. Boom, put that into the topic of orchestration. That's a 10-minute sort of starter video, and that creates the context. And then whoever wants to continue that particular conversation, which could be me or it could be somebody else, they now have a starting point, and then they can schedule a hangout for going forward. Does that all make sense? Okay. So developing the conversations, and that spans, developing the topics, inviting people, etc. And of course, that's intimately connected with developing the Compassionate Economy version 1.0. There's a bunch of conversations that need to happen to make that specific. But do you see the common thread here, which is our medium for doing all this is conversation. We start with a stub, we plant it someplace, and we schedule a conversation. Rather than me saying, "Oh darn, I've got to spend the next 3 days figuring this thing out," right? I go lock myself in some coffee shop or something and, order a triple tall whatever and start cranking through it on my own. If we create a hangout and invite, the right people, whoever those might be, then we can get incredible parallax, get a lot of different points of view on the topic versus just my point of view sitting in my cafe doing my thing. You see what I'm saying? That's the beauty of this. And it becomes almost like a self-replicating model, because more and more conversations keep getting spawned, and more people raise their hand and say, "Hey, I'll take that." And then boom, they go from there. Do you see how it's like branching out like a tree structure? What do people think about that?
That's fine. We're not all super experts about everything. I mean, most of my best ideas are other people's ideas.
Sorry, just took a bite of food, but for me, that's the power of this new medium. And that's why Google Hangouts are going to become the new phone call, right? Because you can get so much more done on them.
Well, I think it's also something maybe interesting that not only do we have the Google Hangouts and everything else, but maybe some type of forum where anybody can contribute, and you have your idea of the spectral radius and your topics, and actually each forum, thread, and chat is one of those ideas where people can then go on and talk about those individually, and then you're not clouding the Google Hangout and the chat with 10,000 different opinions. We could actually go through and scrape those ideas that everybody around the world has provided, and then you're getting examples from international parties as opposed to just in our community right here.
Dude, let me just jump in there, because that's all part of the plan. So part of the way this is designed is that after we post the videos up onto Special Radius, which are completely viewable by anyone in the world because they're YouTube videos, what can you do on YouTube videos? You can post comments. You can post questions. Anybody can, right? So here's the analogy. We are the players on the field, right? In Safeco Field or wherever, which is Seattle's baseball stadium. And so we are a Century Field, whatever the heck it's called. I don't go to those stadiums very often, but anyway, whatever. We're the players on the field, so we're the ones, participating in the action. There are people watching this video after the fact on YouTube and posting their comments. Think of those as the people in the stands. So the people in the stands get to yell down to the players on the field and say, hey, have you thought about this? Right? And of course, we'll read those comments, and then we can address them in the next Hangout. So it becomes a dialogue with the entire world. That's how I thought about it. Just leverage the platform of YouTube because it's there, because it's so robust, because it works, and you can actually have some degree of threading within the comments posted there. Is it perfect? No, but this is not about perfection. This is most
absolutely.
Yeah.
Everybody, did I interrupt someone?
No.
Okay. A quick note about organizational structure. How do I say? I think it's a good idea that we should keep in mind at every different level. How do I say? At every different level, everybody should have their goal about what specific job they're doing, and the information that they look at has to be fitting with the stuff that they should care about. For example, I keep imagining, I come back to Jamin as the root on this, right? Because he started the whole thing and he's driving it, so I just assume that he's, the number one, and he is for now. Jamin, for example, should not, for now he has to because he doesn't have people assisting him gathering this information for him, but there could be 100 different forum posts to go through, each with 100 different replies. That's 10,000 different things to look through. It would be good if, for example, to harvest replies, if one of the goals of the organization is to harvest replies from forums, Jamin hires 10 researchers or 5 researchers, each of whom deal with a specific task of going through and gleaning out information. I sort of think of gathering this information, and this is gathering information from two sides. Gathering suggestions from internal people on how to improve on how to improve this operation, gathering suggestions from the public about anything, who to donate to, how to spread it, specific operations or deploying operations for how to continue spreading the word, deploying operations for how to deploy a website or whatever, going out and actually interviewing specific charities to see who we should give to and how we should get along with them. Those are all highly specific things. It would be good if for each one we deploy a specific set of researchers whose job it is to go there, take that information, sort through it, summarize it, and then pass more condensed information back to the people like Jamin who are supposed to make higher level decisions, because that is its own separate job and it is difficult. You've taken 10,000 things, 10,000 concerns, and reduced them to 100, but now Jamin still has to look over 100 concerns, and he has to take those and make sure that they're all coordinated against each other for the company. So yeah, I just think if we give a specific goal for any level of people who are supposed to do work or who are supposed to do research, that will prevent them from getting overwhelmed, and that will also prevent us from vomiting tons of data back up to Jamin data that's too specific that he doesn't care about. Yeah, just a process note.
No, these are really interesting thoughts, and I've given it a lot of thought myself, because the mansion will expand from 100 rooms to 1,000 rooms to 10,000 rooms, with the one room for each topic analogy. We're going to get into some very, very, very specific topics, like the harvesting, like the growing and cultivating of hemp in in zones of sub-Saharan Africa as part of the effort to reverse desertification, right? As well as feed people, as well as yada 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 yada, as well as carbon sequestration and you name it, right? All this cool stuff. So we're going to get into tens of thousands of very deep topics, and it will be impossible for me to participate in all of those, much as I would love to, right? And so what I'm sort of envisioning here is that we will have owners of specific topics. And the owner of a specific topic could be an individual, it could be a group, it could be a Google group or circle or whatever they call those these days. And that's the owner. And the owner has then the responsibility of both organizing talks, Google Hangouts, etc. Perhaps delegating some of that responsibility or creating the possibility for other people outside the owners of that topic to create hangouts or subtopics, for example. And so there's going to be so the orchestration function of Spectral Radius and of EcoTalks will be born by will be carried by several different people. So there will be a structure built out for that. And so far my thinking on that is that we'll have those who are, we'll have kind of normal members. And what can normal members do? Well, they can, post topics. They can post hangouts. They can suggest the creation of new topics. But a higher level member would be one who would actually approve the creation of a given topic. And what determines when a person goes from being, minor arcana to being major arcana? Well, things such as, for example, the number of hangouts that they've hosted, the ratings of those hangouts, ratings by minor arcana, ratings by major arcana, because those are two different results. And so that's one way in which we can, potentially manage the growth of this. And there might even be, more than just 2 tiers of members. There might be 3 tiers. There might be 4 tiers. And so all of that will evolve over time. Right now, what I'm thinking is right now started off with make it very, very simple. And I'm the one major arcana, and others are members, and the members who join can volunteer to take on certain topics and lead hangouts, etc. And just everyone kind of clears stuff with me, I guess. And once we've established enough of a track record that, hey, I really like the topics that you're coming up with, I really like the the way you're leading these conversations, come join me up in the ranks of major arcana, and you can then take on responsibility for this whole area of topics, this whole Uber topic, which could be prohibition, or it could be hunger, or it could be war and peace, or it could be water, or it could be the environment, or whatever, and we go from there. So that's pretty much as far as we've thought it through up until now. But
this is kind of the cool thing about having whole cloth to make any sort of decision-making system from, including who gets to make the decisions about the decision-making system. The company that I work for has sort of dealt with this multiple times over within the past few years on both the code level and on a sort of decision-making level. And you can do anything you want, so just think about it. It always starts with asking what you want to do. That's the number one thing that like half of people miss when they try to do this. ask what you want to do, and then if you get clear on that, often the solutions basically just kind of fall out of that. So, Jamin, I guess we can pick up on this in like a different hangout?
Yeah, yeah, okay. Absolutely. Yeah. And if you want to drive it, and if you know people with whom you've worked, for example, within your company or consultants who've helped implement the system for your company, we can talk about inviting them as well.
Okay.
So, whatever. I mean, that's
note of this.
And this is a perfect example of the branching that will happen in these hangouts. So in the hangout itself, we'll create new branches, and boom, and then that spawns another hangout and another subtopic and another whatever. So that's exactly the idea. So good work, Phil.
So from here, do we want to get back into the specifics of the cannabis industry, or do we want to talk more about the logistics of it, or what do you have in mind, Jamie?
Well, let's see. I did note some really interesting topics along the way. One of which is Project Seattle, which I haven't shared the very latest with you all on, and I'd like to. That's one I'd like to talk about. Let's see. I'm just looking through my notes here from the different topics we've noted.
Yeah,
and yeah, go ahead. And feel free to throw out topics as well. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was going to say, going along the lines of Project Seattle, and we don't have to discuss this necessarily immediately, but maybe at some point later in this hangout, about how we can maybe take some of the ideas you had for how to implement it on a microcosmic level here in Washington and in Seattle, and how we can convert that and implement it also in Denver as well, which is another big market, or in Colorado as a whole. And I know that most of the people that you've talked to and most of the people on this hangout are very ingrained in the Washington industry. And myself, I'm very new to the Washington industry, but I'm a little bit more involved with the Colorado industry, and specifically within Denver. And when I do go back there in a couple weeks, how I can help move this, introduce this movement and this idea of a cooperative economy or a compassionate economy, and how we can implement that in Colorado as well.
Brilliant. I love it. So that can be a whole other topic. The Operation Denver or Operation Boulder or wherever, or Operation Colorado. But anyway, so this will be very relevant to Project Seattle. So everything we talk about Project Seattle, think about exporting it to Denver.
Absolutely.
And oh my goodness, dude, with the success, here's the thing, with the success of Project Seattle, because I'm planning on launching Project Seattle with a big press conference. And for that press conference, I'm going to invite President Vicente Fox. Bless you. I was talking with Congressman Dana Rohrabacher's right-hand guy last night about getting Dana Rohrabacher to be part of the press conference and, talk about the ending of hunger here in the United States, which is something he's very passionate about. And invite a bunch of leaders from, the state of Washington. And, of course, right there beside me will be Will Rademacher, the owner and founder of Flyby, which we've talked about. And we'll have, so that's for the whole restaurant pickup surplus, delivered to the hungry, to homeless shelters, food banks, et cetera, et cetera. But here's a really cool thing. We'll also have, 2 or 3 or 4 of the top restaurateurs in Seattle. And we've got some very famous, restaurateurs who I'm sure would love to participate in this, right, in a very visible way, because, of course, that's all good, positive PR for them. And these would be companies that would be signing up to be compassionate companies, as well as participating in whatever ways they can in, Project Feed Seattle, right?
Absolutely.
And with that, dude, can you imagine? We'll have the cannabis and hemp industry, we'll have Flyby and Will Rademacher, we'll have world leaders, we'll have local leaders, we'll have national leaders like Congressman Dana Rohrabacher, we'll have, experts, and then check this out. Let's have representatives from the University of Washington, and let's make this part of the educational curriculum of the University of Washington, which is Project Seattle and the Compassionate Economy, starting, one city at a time and expanding the entire county, the entire region, the entire state, et cetera, and then, drum roll, exporting it to Colorado, led by Soham, right?
Denver.
And Denver, yeah. Start with go to Denver and then expand to other cities and do up the whole state.
I really like that too. I mean, I don't know about specifically with a lot of the homeless population and the hungry population here in Seattle, but I know I've seen it very firsthand from downtown Denver that our homeless population and the majority of the people who live hungry in Colorado are actually, it's really a direct effect of the war on drugs. So it really just ties in so perfectly. I really can't emphasize that enough, that it ties in so perfectly to how we're implementing it and how we want it to spread throughout the cannabis industry. I really do love it.
Yeah, brilliant. No, and the thing is, what's there not to love, right? I mean, the six of us, we're six of the first 50 people to see the Mona Lisa before it was exposed to the general public, right? And we're just like, oh my goodness. Maybe I'm using a bad example, but I mean, some beautiful thing that only a small number of people have seen. Once we open up the kimono and we're showing this thing to the world is going to fall in love with what we're doing, with everything that we're doing. And they're going to fall in love with the cannabis and hemp industry, because who are the volunteers going to be who are making the deliveries of the donated food to the hungry? People from the cannabis and hemp industry. And we're going to make a very big deal about that. So right after the press conference, John Davis is going to get in his car and make a run. Jamin Shively is going to get in his car and make a run. Will Rademacher is going to get in his car and make a run. Right? Eric Ogden is going to get in his car and make a run. Right? And Will, and Marty, Phelan, on and on.
I'm absolutely going to make a run.
Oh my goodness! And what's going to happen next is, so we're going to have a whole lineup of people from the cannabis and hemp industry, boom, and we're going to put reporters in different cars, and they're going to watch this from start to finish, and it's going to be a story of this software called Flyby, which was designed to help people basically get pizzas and dry cleaning and anything that they would need to pick up from any business where they don't want to have to park. Huge benefit to the disabled. They don't have to get out of their vehicle. But also to the general consumer, it's a whole new means of doing commerce, of doing business. Anyways, it's pretty cool stuff. But we're starting off with using it as a tool to help end hunger. And we'll have President Fox speak about how we're going to take this down to Mexico and how Mexico desperately needs a compassionate economy, right? And there is hunger in certain parts of Mexico, I imagine. I don't know that for a fact. I certainly know there's malnutrition, undernourishment, but anyway, President Fox is freaking amazing. I mean, when I called up his office, I called up his office on a Monday morning. I'd been trying to reach him via email, but that wasn't working. And so I called up his office on a Monday morning. We had a press conference scheduled for that Thursday. And after I sent a nice email with information and everything, on the next day, Tuesday, his secretary calls me and says, we're working on making travel arrangements for President Fox to come to Seattle tomorrow. So that's how quickly these things move when we're involved in a global movement of such gigantic impact. And that's exactly what we're talking about here.
So, Jamin, I'm just curious from a timeline standpoint. When do you see or expect this rollout of Project Seattle and this press conference to happen?
Yeah. it's going to be driven mainly by President Vicente Fox and his schedule, because he's the most important of the international folks to be invited and to come. I'd also love for the Sato family from Japan to be there. Have I told you about the Sato family? Okay.
I don't think so.
The Sato family in Japan has been harvesting hemp, growing hemp, harvesting hemp, processing hemp, and passing on that knowledge from father to son, father to son, father to son, without missing a single generation, going back into the Edo period over 400 years ago. And I thought I had deep legacy in this industry, being the great-grandson of Diego Pellicer. Anyway, the Sato family, how cool is that? And they are the leading merchants of hemp in Japan, hemp products. They've got stores, all over Tokyo, and they do events. They're very progressive, and they're promoting legalization. I see there's some comments here. I better catch up with what's going on over here. But anyway,
Sato family?
Beg pardon?
You were going on about the Sato family?
Oh yeah. I'd like to have the Sato family over, and let's make this an international event, and we can talk about things that we can do in Tokyo, right? So we're talking Seattle, Tokyo, Denver. I mean, are there hungry people in Tokyo? I don't know. I mean, I certainly know there are unemployed, but are there hungry? I certainly know there are homeless. I've seen them, but has the government solved that problem? And what a cool opportunity to look at what other countries are doing. This topic of hunger is kind of one. It's kind of like there's a powerful analogy here. The topic of cannabis was kind of like one of those dirty topics that if you saw anything about it on the news, it was cannabis getting confiscated, and some shootout happened in Tijuana, and these guys are being hauled away in handcuffs, and it was just a dirty scene. Right? You know what I'm talking about? Going back, a couple of years ago and prior. It was just a dirty topic. Hunger in America is just one of those dirty, yucky topics. And what we're doing in both cases is we're taking a dirty, yucky topic and turning it into a fun topic, an exciting topic, a topic you can engage in and get your arms around and give it a try. Try flyby. Try making a volunteer delivery. Right?
Jim, and I'm thinking about something in the context of the larger rollout in general. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but the original goal, because I always like to get back to the original goal, is to spread the word and to spread the buy-in to the compassionate economy idea to the largest referral body of all, which is the general population. Is that right, first of all?
Absolutely right. And Project Seattle is designed precisely to do that at a worldwide level, because it's like concentrating the rays of a sun through a prism or whatever onto a single point, generate a tremendous amount of heat, and you start a flame. What does that flame do? It then spreads over to Colorado. It spreads over to Illinois, and it spreads to New York City, and it spreads down to Miami. Every city in America has poverty, homelessness, and hunger. It's great. And it's one of those yucky topics, and now we're shining a big bright light on it, but not to say, hey, shame on us for not having solved this intractable problem, and it remains intractable, and let's all just feel like shit about it for the next 60 minutes as we watch this documentary called Hunger in America. I mean, who the heck wants to watch that? And that's part of the reason that no one's informed on it, because it's one of those yucky, icky, painful topics that we'd rather just not even look at, right? It's painful to look at. Well, we're transforming that into a topic which is actually exciting to look at and be a part of. What's this app called? It's Flyby. Okay, what is it? Free? Yeah, it's free app. Okay, great. Let me download it. Boop, done and done. Dude, let's give it a try. Why not? I've always wanted to do something to help end hunger, and now I go pick up some food, make a delivery, done and done.
Oh, snap. I just got an idea.
Tell me.
Um, people helping people anywhere is a good thing. Might be a possibility if anybody can download. The idea, am I correct, is that anybody can download Flyby and essentially be signed up for a mission to go up, deliver somebody some otherwise would have been thrown away restaurant food. Is that correct?
Yes, it's a two-step process. First, you download the app, and then the second step is you either say, send me on a mission that's closest to where I am,
Mm-hmm.
or let me see the various different restaurants that need food to be picked up from, and from each of those restaurants, show me the spokes leading to the different food centers. There may only be one, or there may be two, where it's like, take it to either of these, either one is good. And then, for example, if I'm going to be, driving from Magnolia to downtown and then back to Magnolia anyway,
Mm-hmm.
right? Well, guess what? On my way back at 10:30 at night or whatever, it might be literally 5 minutes out of my way grand total, because there's no more parking. This is part of the beauty of this. There's no more parking. It's only the additional driving time. You get to the restaurant, you roll down the window, thanks, bud. And your smartphone tells you where to go next. Here's where the homeless shelter is. And when you get to the homeless shelter, you roll down your window, thanks, bud. Have a good night. Simple.
I'm going to point out there might be an interesting opportunity here to redirect charitable funds absorbed by ECO directly to people who choose to be professional flybuyers. There's always the taint of an economic benefit when attached to charity, but the thought in the back of my head is a lot more people would become professional charitable doers if it was actually able to help solve some problems in their direct personal life. I know that this has often been the case with me. I don't go out and do this stuff because I would need money to pay for gas, etc. This is just maybe a possibility that we could wrap up and throw in the brain.
Yeah, absolutely. See, because the reality is, a lot of the people who are going to be participating in ending world hunger
Mm-hmm.
need to eat too. Is the bottom line, right? Yep. And so and it's actually going to be a boost to the global economy. The fact that we're actually going to create a lot of jobs. Yep. And but because of that earlier kind of gray area point that you said that, hey, if somebody's being paid to do this kind of work, it could make it look bad. That's why we're starting with something completely simple. Very simple, which is volunteers. There is no money changing hands. All there is food and love and goodwill and time. And the volunteers are going to fall in love with the process, because they get to become friends with restaurant owners, right? And they're like high-fiving each other every night. And when the dude comes in with his girlfriend to eat at that restaurant, the owner's going to get up from the back and come and give him a hug.
I actually already know some people who've been doing something like this, but without Flyby, and they'd be very interested in it.
Yeah. Because here's the thing. With Flyby, it scales. We get to scale the whole thing up, right? Just like people were having group conference calls on the telephone, going back to the 80s, long before Facebook. Facebook simply made it a lot easier for people to get together and see what each other's doing, right? Flyby is that kind of lubricant. It reduces the friction. It makes it very, very easy and, in fact, fun. It becomes like a freaking video game, right? Like an adventure game. Instead of being behind your computer, you're now driving down the streets. Turn right here. Ooh, wow, pick up food here. Cool. Oh, now I'll go drop it off.
Damon?
Yes.
Can I jump in?
Please.
So I've been making some comments over here. I'd kind of like to address. These are great things. I like hearing about Flyby. I think that on a local, personal level, that can be very powerful. But I'm wondering how it fits with such a broad stroke, strategic initiative that you're trying to take.
Great question.
I don't think it does fit right now, just being direct.
Great question. I'm so glad you asked, and I'm sorry it took me a while I actually saw that you had written that earlier. We were on this other tangent. But beautiful question. So here's how it helps. It helps in multiple ways. Number one, the Flyby model is quickly and immediately exportable to cities around the United States, to cities around developed economies, and guess what? to cities in undeveloped third world countries as well. Imagine this is implemented in, Nairobi, right? Imagine this is implemented in Cape Town. Imagine this is implemented in Shanghai. And that alone, and its implementation around the world, and the news and media coverage of the implementation of flyby around the world, makes this a global story. We export the story. And number two, but intimately linked with that, is the compassionate economy. So it becomes a very visual, very locally impacting, local news driven. All politics is local. And local politicians now have a vehicle to get behind this. Local politicians.
Yeah, I'd be a naysayer for just a moment.
Please, please, yeah.
Okay. Again, I mean, Flyby, okay, as a consumer app, it sounds really good to me, because people might like the convenience of being able to get stuff without stopping, and that's great. But even that implementation is a big project, and to try to combine that with, this compassion project seems like a big reach right now. Maybe it's a medium or a longer term thing. And then in a separate issue, Flyby means one thing for a consumer product app, where you can zip in and get something quick.
Yeah.
But if you try to apply it in a servant-based model where you're helping people, then it sounds disconnected and supercilious. It's kind of a big word, but like flyby is not a great term. Like George Bush flew by New Orleans. You know what I mean? I'm worried about that.
Interesting. Okay. Well, let me address your first concern first, and then I'll talk about the second concern, and I think there might have been a different one as well before that last one. But in terms of the implementation of flyby, first of all, the implementation, this whole thing that's going to happen is not going to be driven by us. I'm not saying, hey, everybody, let's all get up out of bed at 5 in the morning and put in overtime implementing flyby. Flyby will take care of that on its own. The company, flyby the company. We don't have to lift a finger for that. What we're doing is we're leveraging that for our own media, for our own PR, right? We need to hold a press conference announcing all this, but rather than just announce a concept that we're working on, and hey, everyone, please buy into this, nebulous concept called the Compassionate Economy 1.0, right? We're showing them real, tangible stuff. People like to see real, tangible stuff, like real food being delivered and feeding real, hungry people right in my own city. Oh my goodness, I didn't know. And wow, you're telling me there's good news here? You're telling me there's a solution? See, that's a story. That is a story. If you can think of a better story to tell, to throw a press conference around, because here's the thing. With this story, you've got cannabis and hemp, you've got flyby, you've got feeding the hungry in Seattle, you've got the compassionate economy, because we're going to talk about that, and we're going to ask all these restaurants to sign up to be compassionate restaurants and to make their 0.1% contribution. And we're going to have these famous restaurateurs, right, Tom Douglas, who everybody knows, right, and Howie, the big steakhouse operator, and just these names that like everybody are just like famous, and we'll probably get Dale Chihuly, the famous glass artist, to create a glass cornucopia of food or something like that, and donate it, or makes and be the first compassionate artist, something like that. So we'll make it just a big Seattle event that everyone will become aware of. And once you have everyone in Seattle aware of it, then the question is, well, Jamin, you're ex-Microsoft. Is Microsoft a compassionate corporation? And I'll reach out to Microsoft to ask the question. Do the sum of all your donations match with matching donations and everything as was raised earlier? Does that sum up to 0.1% of your revenue? And if not, how'd you like to top it off and become the first major, Fortune 50 American corporation that's compassionate? Have at it, right? It becomes a story that spawns so many other stories, and we export it to Denver, and Soham will take care of that. He's been saying, give me something to export here. Well, this gives him something to export. And shoot, we can probably cut a deal with with Flyby and a number of other companies that make this a holistic solution to many problems at once. So anyway, if you can think of a better story, pitch it.
I'm thinking too. I just
Yeah,
wonder, so would Flyby get any, would this, because Flyby is going to be tied to this compassionate economy, but Flyby is a for-profit service also, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So, I mean that maybe in a way that might be a topic we want to address because it could be concerning just the overall image of that. They are making money, but they are giving back, so they are a good company, yes, but I don't know. I'm just trying to think like how that would look.
Yeah. So let's talk about it. So the way that I would present it, or the way I would advise Will to present it, if he wanted my advice, I'm sure he'd probably articulate it in a very similar way. Is that yes, we're a for-profit company. We're also a compassionate company. We contribute 0.1% of revenue. We contribute a full 1%, right? Because we really love this project, and we want to give 10 times our share. And in addition to that, we're making our software, our service, our servers, our tech support, everything freely available to restaurants and volunteers who want to use it for the good purpose of donating food. Period. Now, can you imagine a reporter asking a question, well, you're a for-profit company, so isn't that like make this somehow tainted? Right?
Yeah.
No, we're a for-profit company that is donating our service for free, just like when Microsoft donates free copies of Microsoft Word to schools in Africa.
I guess I'm trying to figure out how that ties in with like the cannabis industry, and
it ties in multiple ways. First of all, the cannabis and hemp industry is the first industry to be a compassionate industry, right? And number two, cannabis and hemp industry participants, owners of businesses, partners in businesses, workers for cannabis and hemp industry businesses, will be the first volunteers for Flyby, both in Seattle and in Denver. And so we make this a tale of two cities and how we're exporting it to Denver. And once people hear that we're exporting it to Denver, that's going to set off light bulbs in the minds of people from Miami to Chicago to Atlanta to Louisville.
Absolutely. I mean, and Jamin, I think I really like the idea of creating this press conference and a whole event around it. I haven't seen it as much up here, but some of the big things in Denver are cannabis-centric and cannabis-friendly events and fundraisers. And I just had this idea right now of, and these fundraisers get a lot of press because the cannabis industry is all over the media in Colorado. But what if we had an event like this that was planned by one of these very well-known cannabis event planners? The funds that were raised by cannabis industry attendees go to this, but also you could make the same commitment of 0.1% of the top line revenue from the event company's perspective is now also going back. Now you're raising funds on multiple different levels. This could also be a way to introduce Flyby into the Denver market.
Brilliant. And let's get the event. In fact, let's partner with MJBA, where we all met on this last Wednesday, because they do a heck of a job of throwing an event and getting the industry together. Let's partner with them on making this a big event. And so it'll be a press conference. In fact, it can be conferences with a press conference at the end, or a press conference at the beginning, and then the conference itself, and then a press conference at the end, right? What are we committing to at the very beginning? Make it public. Have our conference. Have it virtual so that everyone can participate in it via this freaking awesome platform of Google Hangout. Thank you, Google, right? And, kaboom. It becomes a broadcast event. So anyone who wants to really be there and submitting their comments can do that. And we've actually got a platform for doing that, a technology platform I bought for doing that. So we'll use that next time. Called Webinar Jam. Excuse me. But so and then we'll have a big press conference at the end. And at the end of the press conference, which will be in the evening, that's when the cars rev up their engines and they do the first runs of Flyby pickups and deliveries.
So, Jamin, let me jump in here real quick.
With reporters riding shotgun with their cameras filming it.
With their GoPros.
With their GoPros, and it'll be famous people, the restaurateurs themselves, the most famous names in the cannabis and hemp industry. Let's fly in people from Colorado to become flyby volunteers for Seattle. Let's fly up Steve D'Angelo, right? Whoever we need, right? Let's get a whole army of the who's who. Let's make this a big cannabis industry event. It's a coming out. This is the debutante ball of the compassionate economy.
Mm-hmm. I see that Eric and Marty in the comments over here seem to be working through something here.
Well, yeah, let's read through it all. In fact, I'm gonna go back. Everybody, please stop typing so we can catch up, and then I'm gonna let's see here.
So it seems to me.
No, can I do this, please? And then,
yeah. Go ahead.
All right. So, Jamin, so this is from Eric. Jamin, I love flyby in concept, but I'm wondering if this is too local and tactical to support a broad strategic vision like this. Soham, yes, there is, Marty, but that's definitely, that's on a different thread. Soham, these are our advantage and our Soham, absolutely, Eric. Okay, Eric, I think a quick certificate for participating companies, an online link, and email capture for your organization is the best first step. Then those committed can tout it right away as a badge. Marty, not sure I understand either. Why isn't just the compassionate enterprise mission enough of a statement without including flyby? And does anyone else have the same concerns about the name? I would probably suggest a gray, Will says, I would probably suggest a gray label for food delivery usability of the Flyby app. Flyby is great from the for-profit side. It makes sense since at the same time, if they are donating, it isn't our job to worry about that piece. Eric, but that undermines their publicity play, which is likely their motivation for participating, which plays back to Marty's concern. So here's the thing. Is there a benefit for flyby? Is there a material benefit for flyby for participating in this volunteer program? Absolutely. Yes, there is. They get a lot of great recognition. Is that a bad thing? I don't think so. But let's address that first. That seems to be a common central thread. You've got this company called Flyby, B-U-Y. That's presumed, but not really the question. So let's address this whole flyby thing. And having a for-profit company, which has the word "by" B-U-Y in its name, contributing its service to this effort. Who wants to express their thoughts about that?
I mean, if you think about it, every single one of our companies, whether it's the exchange or whether it's Weed Tracker or whether it's Single Seed or Single Point, at the end of the day, we're all for-profit companies, and we're all still trying to contribute in some way. And at the end of the day, yes, we're all going to get some type of benefit out of it, whether it's good press or ending, whatever it may be, that seal of approval from ECO. But I'm not sure is the revenue paid application where we pay to download it.
We couldn't hear the last 10 seconds. What did you say, Soham?
So what is the revenue model for Flyby? Is it a paid application? You pay $1 to download it in the App Store, or
no?
I think that.
Let me answer your question. So no, it's not a paid download app. You don't pay to download it. It's free to download. And their model is that they get a percentage, like a very small percentage, of the transaction. So, like, for example, I used Flyby the other day, and I ordered a pizza. And I went and, pressed the button, drove over to the pizza place, and as soon as I arrived, they handed me the pizza. And then Flyby gets a tiny, 1% or 2% or whatever of that transaction. So that's their business model.
Jim, can I jump in here real quick?
Yeah. Who just joined? Somebody just joined. Who we got there?
My mom. I told her it was live, so I invited her to come watch and listen in on what we were doing.
Oh, well, welcome. Welcome. Mrs. Shah? Jamin Shively here. I'm your host. Welcome. All right. So Kate, carry on. I interrupted someone. I'm sorry.
Okay. So, to address Eric and Marty's concerns. So first of all, Eric, to the name Flyby, B-U-Y, I'm probably aligned with you in two different ways. First, the whole Flyby New Orleans thing that sort of established that as a negative idea in our head. I'm quite aware of that, and I do remember the press conference or the news about that from back in the day, and that did stick in my craw as well. And the other thing is, in my particular industry that I'm working in right now, flyby from a marketing impression standpoint has a negative connotation. However, I'm going to point something out. That name, it's got the perfect like Apple app style cutesiness in it. It's pithy. It explains what the business does. And I think a name like Drive-By would be completely inappropriate. It would kind of like get at the point, but it'd be like totally wrong. But this isn't Drive-By, it's Flyby. I don't 100% share your disdain for the name, because actually I think it works out pretty well, and it doesn't have a terribly negative connotation in my brain. If we're trying to intuit what other people will think about it based upon what we think about it, I don't imagine other people being very bad or being very irritated with it, particularly when coupled with what they hear. So that's my feedback on that particular point. To Mari's,
let's hold it right there, because that's a great point. Let's give folks an opportunity to respond. But unless your follow-on point is intimately linked, Phelan. Back to you, Phelan.
It wasn't. It was unrelated. Did Eric want to comment on that, or anyone else? I guess. What do you think about the name? I didn't dislike the name.
This is Eric. I don't think it's horrible. I think it's a good, nice consumer name. That's what I'm saying. But when it comes to, just giving and compassion, it just has a different connotation to me. Maybe it's not a big deal. But really, my larger question, though, is this? I know Soham and others have expressed that, hey, this might be a good way to get publicity on the ground in a particular city when you're rolling this out. But I'm also wondering if a big concept like compassionate enterprise isn't enough to call a lot of attention to it in and of itself, without trying to combine some other method for getting publicity. That's all I'm saying.
Gotcha. So I'd like to address both those concerns. First, the one about the name. I know that was a minor point, but I want to get it in sequence. So definitely the name Flyby, it doesn't scream compassion. It doesn't scream nonprofit and feed the hungry. No, it screams for profit, buy. It's very capitalistic. And, but if we take a step back and ask, what are we really trying to do here? See, part of the beauty of the name Compassionate Economy is it combines the humanitarianism and humanness of compassion with the hard dollars and cents and profit and greed of economy, and it brings the two together in harmony finally, so that it becomes the economy itself which is delivering compassion to the world. We're aligning with the opponent. Align with the opponent. Leverage the power of the opponent. Leverage the enormous might of the global economy to end world hunger.
So, and if you don't mind, Jamin, I was going to actually bring this right around to Marty's point. We might want to agree on some values like this, because as you and I and Soham spoke about on Wednesday, making profit is not the problem. Making profit while you extract from other things and ruin the world and ruin people's lives in the process, I think in general we could probably share the thought that that is the problem. I love making money, but if you make money and you're constructive about it, that's not a problem. If you make money and you're destructive in the process, that is a problem. And I don't see Flyby being destructive at all. Actually, they're going to help save a bunch of food that would otherwise be wasted in our case, and in their case, they save people's precious time. So,
yeah. And also, when people make a run to pick up food for themselves, that's also an opportunity to pick up surplus food at that same late night run and deliver it to a local homeless shelter. That they may need the food right then and there that same night. And so it's like, if you're going to fill your belly, think of somebody else. So it's actually got compassion all over it, this particular usage of Flybuy, which, by the way, is the vehicle by which the world will come to know Flybuy as a compassionate company, which is facilitating and donating its services to all these, it's going to be spending money on servers, on bandwidth, on whatever it needs to spend money on working with restaurants, getting them to sign up, and the big beneficiaries initially are going to be the hungry.
And more so, the benefit to us is that we're going to piggyback on all that press from the very beginning, the cannabis industry as a whole.
That's it. And the thing is, Will Rademacher, the head of Flybuy, the founder, he's grandson of Bill Boeing. So just like I've got legacy in hemp, he's got amazing legacy in transportation. And that's a heck of a story. And he's a great speaker and very personable. And, I mean, he'll just be a great kind of model private company, private for-profit company that is compassionate, and beyond just being compassionate from its financial contributions, it's also contributing of itself, of its very service, and utilizing it in an innovative way to solve a decades-old problem. Look, if somebody else wants to step up and solve it better and in a more non-profit way than Flybuy, please do. But until somebody does, we're stepping forward. Because you know what? We've got the bits.
It could even be a way for other companies to start stepping forward also.
Well, yeah.
Offering their services like, oh, well, I could also do that, offer this.
Hallelujah. So if a pure non-profit Mother Teresa organization wants to come and dethrone Flybuy as the best way to deliver food that would otherwise go to a dumpster to charity, please dethrone us.
Yeah.
Please. Right, I'm sorry.
I'm not even thinking that, but I'm thinking other, there's other different, not the same kind of thing, but maybe, I don't know, some random services, and they're like, well, we see this company, like other startups, we see this company do that. How could we also do something that helps in some way?
Perfect. And again, the marriage of economy with compassion. What a perfect example. You've got a for-profit company. For-profit is right there in the name. And it's compassionate, right? It's the marriage of those two worlds. And it basically shows the rest of this capitalistic, greedy world that, you know what? There's a place to combine compassion and your business. Be a compassionate company. Come join us. End of commercial.
Maybe GoPro could be one of those companies.
Pardon me?
I was thinking maybe GoPro could be a natural extension out of the cannabis sphere where, that's actually part of the initial process of how we want to launch Flybuy here in Seattle, where we're doing live recordings of members of the cannabis industry going around and delivering this food. GoPro's contribution, they could be a company that's not necessarily involved with the cannabis industry, but they're making a contribution by donating cameras, or, they might also be a 0.1% contributor as well, but I think that's a good way to start branching out of the cannabis and hemp industries.
Oh man, there are lots of cool ways, and in fact, there's the leading family-owned food distributor, specialty food distributor here in the Pacific Northwest, or in the Seattle area anyway. I know the owner is quite supportive of legalization and whatnot, and I'm going to meet with him and propose that they participate as a food distributor. Right, both taking their own perishable foods and delivering them, but also helping to coordinate from others. And hey, if that means extra truck trips and more fuel and everything else, what on earth would be wrong with them charging other businesses, other manufacturers, distributors, restaurants, you name it, for the service? Now, there are some volunteers from the cannabis and hemp industry, bing, right, who are making these deliveries, signing up and making these deliveries. So likewise, there are private companies which are getting into it, right, and doing it not for profit, but just to cover their costs, right, something like that. So there's a lot of ways that we can. These become spin-offs. We're now creating roots into what will become the compassionate economy. These are all dendritic, ribosomal roots, which are forming the foundation for the compassionate economy. Thank you, Flybuy. Thank you, unnamed food distributor. I'm not going to name them publicly till they're ready. But thank you. And who else? And Amazon will step forward with Amazon Fresh. You better believe it. Microsoft's going to step forward, and we'll contribute our software and SQL Server and connected live, whatever services, whatever you need, whatever you need. That's going to be the message of the day. What do you need? Because this is going to be such a big Seattle story, and when you start bringing in some of the top names of Seattle into it, I just had a meeting with former Mayor Mike McGinn, who was, probably one of the biggest heroes of local legalization and decriminalization in the country. And, he said, Jamin, I've got time now. I've got a lot more time now that I'm not active mayor. Let's talk. So, I want him to ring the bell, bing, of Compassionate Seattle. Right? The first compassionate city. How about that? How do you like them apples? State of Washington. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, finally take California to task.
Oh my goodness. No, California.
Oh, shots fired.
California is going to be up in arms. The city of Los Angeles flyby is going to spread like wildfire through Los Angeles, the San Francisco Bay Area, San Diego, Sacramento, you name the city. This is going to spread like wildfire. Talk about spreading the movement. I think I'll get back to the comments in a moment. I see we got some new comments up here on the right, so let me get to those in a minute. But, dude, if the objective is to spread this story, spread the movement. Look, is Compassionate Economy enough of a story on its own? It might be, but we're playing to win here, to win for sure. And just like in the military, overwhelming force. So this is Operation Shock and Awe of the Compassionate Economy. Why not put all the meat on the barbecue? Why hold anything back? Now let me read the comments here. Let's see. I got some stuff here. Okay, let me just do a little catch up here. Okay, new peeps. Hello. Sorry guys, I invited my mom. Okay, great. Da-da-da. Is there a live broadcast? Yep, there it is. Great. Well, not sure if da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay, this is resonating a little more. Eric, this is resonating a little more now, thinking it front to back. Phelan, yeah, just a stepping stone, but a good one to start on. There's still a lot of work to be done to increase the visibility of the cannabis industry. But anything that reinforces the values of action to resolve problems will create a more friendly atmosphere for the end of prohibition and the proper use of the substances liberated therefrom. Very well said. Soham, which distributor? Is it Shamrock? No, it's not Shamrock, and I don't want to say who it is. Yeah, it is, as you heard. Okay, cool, thumbs up. Phelan, a bunch of characters, and I don't know what you meant by that. And Eric, yes, Phelan, check out the meme links I posted earlier. Phelan, saw them both, great, both. Anything you guys want to say about that or anything that we just read?
Jaden, the reason I was asking, I understand why you don't want to say the name of that distributor publicly. The reason I was asking about Shamrock is Shamrock was started or purchased, acquired by a guy named Carl Eller, who is the name behind the business school that I graduated from, and they've always been, involved with different philanthropic efforts. So if you're talking about one food distributor, it might be worth talking about other ones as well. And I've met Carl Eller when I was in school. So.
No question about it. No question about it. And the thing is, once one gets on, all the others are going to look at them. And that's why I want to get the leader. I want to get the leading, family-owned, local, sterling reputation. Everybody loves them. Get them on board and do a press conference, or have them at the press conference. See, here's the thing. We'll not only have restaurateurs, we'll have a major food distributor, right? We'll have a software company or two. We'll have the cannabis and hemp industry. Boom. A similar lineup to who we had with the first press conference we did with President Vicente Fox back in May of last year. We'll have a who's who from the cannabis industry and a who's who from Seattle.
Yeah.
Shoot.
California's going to get all jealous. Can I have to keep up with us?
Who's that? Who's going to get jealous?
The whole state of California.
Oh my goodness, that's what I'm saying. And so here's the thing. after we did our press conference in Seattle, we did another big summit meeting and press conference in San Francisco. And the only reason that wasn't big news was because hours earlier, or like, I don't know, 48 hours earlier or something, or less than 48 hours earlier, that tragic plane crash happened at SFO of that big Korean airliner where all those kids died. You know, first major fatal crash at SFO in I don't know how many decades. Ever, maybe. That sucked all the scarce news crews down to SFO. And we were left with a tiny skeleton of what we should have had. It was like the end of The Old Man and the Sea. It was terrible. It was terrible. I mean, it was just a tragedy compounding a tragedy. But anyway, we had a great meeting, and the whole cannabis and hemp industry all over the West Coast or the nation knew about it, but only them, not the general public. When we do our big press conference in San Francisco, let's pray that it doesn't coincide with some other, local tragedy. But I mean, with Seattle, we hit the nail on the head. We were lucky because there was no other big news in town. We were front page. Oh, let me just show you real quick. This is cool. Front page of the Seattle Times the very next morning, Friday, May 31st. I think you see a couple of your friends there. And it says, ex-Mexican president praises Shively's pot effort. Front page, baby. The whole state of Washington knew about us. And, of course, it was also world news. That was kindergarten compared to the press conference we're going to throw in a few weeks. Kindergarten. You're about to see Nobel Prize material. This will be the press conference that will be world news. Seattle vows to eradicate hunger in its own city. Oh, and in the rest of the world. What? How are they going to do that? Well, for answers, let's turn to the Bill Gates of Bud, Jamin Shively. Hello again. Have I got news for you? Boom. And then I give him the presentation. And then I hand the mic to former Mexican President Vicente Fox. And boom. The dude is awesome. Go to YouTube, Google Jamin Shively Fox, and watch the first 15 minutes of that press conference.
I'm curious. I don't know terribly much about Vicente Fox or why he'd be interested in this. Why is he so particularly on board?
Because the drug war has destroyed his country.
Oh, that's good reason.
Jamin, when he was in office, he was the one that was constantly begging the U.S. government to decriminalize possession of all drugs here, right? Because he knew that would cripple the financial power that the cartels had. He's the same one, right?
Absolutely. He's the one. That's the one. Go right to the source of the problem. Go right to the root of the problem. And
the demand.
And then Dana Rohrabacher. Dana Rohrabacher presented at the conference that we held in Mexico. And I had a total of like 11 delegates, experts, government, science, medical, industry, you name it. So we had Steph Scherer there from Americans for Safe Access. We had Michael McGuffin from the American Herbal Products Association. We had John Davis from the Northwest Patient Resource Center. We had Dr. Michael Osborne, one of the top cancer surgeons in the country, and the president of the Strang Institute for Cancer Prevention based in New York City, the ones who developed the Pap smear, which has saved more cancer lives than anything. Yeah, we had Dr. Michael Osborne there. We had Dr. Bob Epstein, former Chief Operating Officer of the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Boom, talking about the future and regulation and everything else. I mean, we had an all-star cast. We had Allison Holcomb, principal author of Initiative 502 in Washington State. So anyway, Just, it was incredible. 3 days, a 3-day event. Top story in Mexico for 2 days straight. Anyway, bottom line, we know, we collectively, me, President Vicente Fox, Congressman Dana Rohrabacher, who was speechwriter for Ronald Reagan for 7 years prior to being congressman for Orange County for 20 years, right? We got some posse. And look at all of us who are on this call right now. Yeah, we got some posse. We know how to throw a good party. We know how to make international news.
So I think there's a consensus that the
I can't wait.
No shit, I can't wait. Dude, let's schedule this party. Let's do all the preparation, the planning, and make this the #1 story in the world. What story could trump ending world hunger? All we've gotten as a world, in terms of world news, has been freaking bad news. If they're not shooting down some jet over Croatia, you know, they're blockading and starving the people in Gaza to death, who, you know, are fighting back, and then it blows up and kills some kids in Israel. It's just to Afghanistan, to Iraq, and now it's ISIS. And I thought we put that problem to bed, and now it's just what? You know, it's nothing but bad freaking news. This story is going to be like cool, ice cool lemonade to a man dying of thirst with cracked, parched lips in the desert. Think Clint Eastwood in The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, or whatever the heck, where he's dying of thirst. This is going to be ice cool lemonade in the shade with hors d'oeuvres and music and dancing girls. That's what we're bringing to the world. What's there not to love, right? You've got the great-grandson of Diego Pellicer, right, with deep legacy in the cannabis and hemp industry. You got the Sato family with 400 years of legacy. You've got the great-grandson of William Boeing Sr., the founder of Boeing, you know, aircraft, you know, carrying on the transportation legacy. You've got all these other pillars of the Seattle community, all standing together saying we're taking out hunger in the city of Seattle and then the world. Holy shit. We'll probably get Bill Gates himself there, and Jeff Rakes, and Nathan Myhrvold. Nathan's very passionate about this topic. You guys know who Nathan Myhrvold is? Nathan Myhrvold, he was Chief Technology Officer for Microsoft from like 86 to 99. Retired a billionaire, founded Intellectual Ventures based in Bellevue. And they're like one of the leading developers of patents, purchasers of patents, licensors of patents. They're giving tremendous liquidity to the intellectual property market. And Dana Rohrabacher asked me to set up a meeting with Nathan Myhrvold 2 weeks ago. And so I did, and we had an awesome meeting, all about intellectual property and this new form of nuclear power and everything else. But anyway, so he's a major mover and shaker here in the Northwest and the world, frankly. And he is very passionate about this topic of transforming poverty. And when he was asked on Charlie Rose, you know, hey, you know, why aren't the great leaders in the tech industry stepping up and taking a more active role in addressing these global issues? His answer, I don't think they know how. And Charlie Rose said to him, well, Nathan, why don't you lead it? And Nathan fired back, I don't know, maybe you should lead it, Charlie. There's a vacuum of leadership on this issue. So I jumped in, and here we are. And now you all jumped in, and here we are.
And so, Jamie, did you?
Can't hear you. I couldn't hear you, Phelan. Try again.
Oh, are we going to discuss any advanced plans past the major press conference?
Yeah, absolutely. We don't want to get too far into the prison of planning. In fact, I would do kind of one. I was always planning just one ahead, because let me just tell you the sequence of how all this went down last year. So I had done, you know, a lot of local media, some national media, and then it was my dad's birthday on May 13th. Of last year, and I said, you know, what do I want to do for my dad for his birthday? And what I decided to do was to organize a conference at UC Berkeley, which my dad, you know, worked for many years, and where we would bring together a bunch of experts in the cannabis. My dad has prostate cancer, and I wanted to bring together a bunch of experts from the cannabis industry, particularly the medical side, and record the whole thing and say, you know, what's up with cancer and cannabis, right? And we had Rick Simpson. he video conferenced in from Canada, and a bunch of other experts, bunch of local experts, and we had the editor-in-chief of Cannabis Now. We had, you know, a bunch of cool people, and that was on May 20th. I came up with the idea to do that conference on May 13th, and we did the conference on May 20th, 7 days later. And going back to prior to May 13th, we'd been planning for a big press conference on May 30th, and we had a bunch of people lined up. But it wasn't until May 27th that I made the phone call to President Vicente Fox in his office. Talked with his secretary, explained the whole deal. She said, put it in writing, and I did. And it was amazing. And the next day, boom, we're getting him on a plane. and it went like that. And then from there, we did 2 other events after May 30th. And then in late July, we did the 3-day symposium in Mexico. It was crazy, a crazy, crazy, crazy schedule. So get ready for an incredibly wild ride. And, you know, Soham, dude, when you do Denver, when Soham does Denver, you get ready for so many phone calls, it's going to make your head spin. From people.
I'm happy for it.
I know you are, because you've got incredible bandwidth, and this finally gives you a project where you can apply your full creativity, your full brain, and your heart, not just making more fucking toys for rich people who don't need them, right?
Yeah.
We get to freaking take down world hunger. And if we can take down world hunger so quickly, so decisively, so easily, and have fun while we're doing it, because what could possibly be more fun than this? Imagine how much fun we're going to have taking down war, reversing climate change, managing the world's natural resources, providing universal health care for all, and on and on.
Absolutely.
Imagine how much fun we're going to have with all that. But people are going to be ringing your phone off the hook, Soham, saying, Soham, what you did to Denver, we want you to come do in Atlanta. We'll fly you out. We'll put you up. We'll hook you up. Whatever you need, buddy. This is the mayor of Atlanta calling. Come do Atlanta.
Sweet. Yeah, I don't know if you saw my comment on the side there. My brain is already running away, you know, that we could get involved in Denver. I remember you mentioned Christian Cederberg during your keynote address. So, I mean, I regularly attend fundraisers at their office. I mean, I could definitely see them as being one of the law firms that would be on board with that. Then you have Mason Tavert as an activist, and then there's just a lot of thought leaders in terms of the dispensary owners and the cultivators and the extraction labs. You know, the Organolabs, the Denver Relief, the Pink House, the River Rock. These are all very patient-minded people, and you know, I mean, my brain is running wild right now.
Well, no, dude, and I know Christian very well. I know Brian. I know Mason. I know all those people, and I love them all. God bless them all. And Betty Aldsworth. What's your last name?
Aldsworth. I think that's it.
Okay, but anyway, Betty. She hosted us and took us around at 4/20/13, and so we hung out for like 3 days straight. She was just super cool. So I know all those. I mean, I know a lot of those cool people. But I mean, dude, without you there, there's no way. Like, I'm gonna have my hands full just in Seattle. My phone's gonna be ringing off the hook from every technology company in town. You know, Uncle John Nordstrom's gonna call me and say, "Jamin, how do we get on board?" You know, we're gonna have everybody in town, every pillar of the community, and everybody who wants to become a pillar of the community, which is a lot bigger group. Are going to be calling up saying, how do we get in? We want to be a part of this, right?
Absolutely.
And you better believe there'll be a way to make them a part. We're going to sign up more compassionate companies in Seattle. Holy shit. We're going to have the first compassionate city. We're going to have the first compassionate city. And Denver will be the second compassionate city. You're going to be our Chicago. You're going to have the second city syndrome. But you know what? What's cool is you're going to be able to learn from some of the mistakes. But you know what? We're all going to learn from this state. This is no competition. This is cooperation. All these cities are going to be sharing with each other, and it's going to form a gigantic dialectic learning machine between all these cities, holding massive hangouts on spectral radius.
Just like we
Yeah, I think it's very important to make sure we keep up with the fun aspect of it that you keep bringing in, because that's really what gets the traction and gets the people involved. As you just saw with the ALS Ice Bucket Challenge, last year I think they did 1.8 million in the same 3 months that this year they did over 20 million. So just the awareness from keeping it fun and keeping people engaged is very important with the technology companies. I think that's where they can really play hand in hand, because what about technology is not fun?
Dude, totally. And imagine this. With all the reporters, they're going to pack the press conference. And the press conference in Seattle on May 30th, 2013 was packed. It was standing room only, cameras on top of cameras, microphones, everything. You've got to watch the video, just the first 15 minutes minimum. YouTube, Jamin Shively, Fox, and watch the first 15 minutes of Seattle, May 30th. And then, so what's going to happen is, at the end of the press conference, all these pillars of Seattle are going to get in their cars and shotgun. A reporter is going to be riding shotgun with each, filming Bill Gates making a pickup and delivery, filming Nathan Myhrvold making a pickup and delivery, filming Congressman Dana Rohrabacher making a pickup and delivery, right? Filming our special guest from Denver, Colorado, Mr. Soham Shah making a pickup and delivery, right? Fly out the mayor of Denver. And you know what? Here's what you can do, Soham. Bring the mayor of Denver, or whoever, the governor, Jared Polis. Bring whoever you need to bring. Bring Christian Soderbergh and Brian Vicente and Mason Tavert and Mr. Fox, the other Fox, and bring them all. Let's do a press conference that will make history. Let's make the press conference to begin all press conferences, because this is going to set a new standard for the global transformational press conference, the press conference that changed the world. The press conference that changed the world. See, now we're talking. And you know what? The brainstorming of this is all recorded. The world will be able to do archaeology on the foundations, the pillars of the press conference that changed the world. And you know what? I've done this before a few times. So I know how to do this. We know how to do this. We collectively know how to do this. Because I'm going to draw on President Fox too. I'm going to say, President Fox, call up President Mujica of Uruguay and get his ass up here. Right? And let's get a Brazilian president or two. They've suffered enough from prohibition and from hunger and the favelas. Right? Imagine we implement flyby in the favelas of Brazil. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, And we'll have the Japanese, the Chinese, right? The South Africans. Can you imagine? This is a story for the entire world to get behind. You're going to see more downloads of Flyby. It's going to break all records. It's going to become a multi-billion-dollar. And full disclosure, Will Rademacher said to me at lunch 8 days ago, he said, Jamin, you should be the head of marketing for Flyby. My answer to him, Will, I already am. Because this is the project that will make Flyby a multi-billion-dollar company. And yes, we'll get our piece of that. Our 0.1% contribution. No, they'll probably donate a whole percent or more. Let them donate 10%. They're a software company. They can afford it. Right? You see how much fun this is? Do you see how much freaking fun this becomes? What could be more fun? We're going to do the press conference that changed the world.
Hey, I see this stuff in the right-hand side. Larry Page, Elon Musk. Freaking A. Not that they need to be more expensive.
Oh,
but
dude.
if Teslas were 0.1% more.
Yeah, listen, when I went to Congressman Dana Rohrabacher's birthday party back in June, Elon Musk was there, and he addressed all of us. So we got a direct tie into Elon Musk. We'll get Elon Musk to come up to the press conference. We'll get the Google co-founders. Why not?
And not everybody will be in for it. but whatever. Enough people will be. And as you said earlier, if the wheel turns around and, you know, a year from now, this is actually, or possibly even sooner from them, this is actually a large movement, I might be on board.
Yeah, and there's the whole fact of the tipping point that we had discussed that Jamin had discussed at the keynote speech that he gave the other day. So with these types of names being thrown around, you know, shoot for the stars, land on the moon type deal, let's keep it rolling and make sure that we always make sure to remember that we're tying this back into the industry and to eco and to ourselves as being compassionate companies, and not similarly just, you know, marketing one company to make a massive change. It's going to fall on everybody's shoulders.
Yep. Absolutely. No, this is going to go viral so fast. I mean, once it's going to go viral, you know, among sort of a who's who. Once we start putting out invites to the press conference, because along with the invite will go a summary. I started working on a summary yesterday, and I've actually been working on one for quite some time, but one that's like high level that brings this all together, because I was, like, you know, pretty narrowly focused on the food aspect for a while. But we send out this summary, and people are going to say, "You've got to be kidding me! This is freaking amazing! I had no idea, you know, such a thing existed. Sign me up." Right? What can I do to help? That's what's going to happen. And, you know, we might partner with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to help spread this worldwide a lot faster than we might do on our own. But you see, here, this is going to be like the Arab Spring, but applied to the whole world. You're going to have everybody getting on board, right? And joining the conversation. We'll probably need multiple social networks to handle the whole, you know, volume. Because spectral radius is for, you know, high-level, holistic, global transformational conversations. Not everyone is is up to that, you know, level of conversation, and we've, you know, frankly, got a pretty high bar for those conversations. We've got a different kind of filter for eco talks, and we'll probably, you know, we'll leverage existing media, Twitter, Facebook, etc., as well as pioneering the new media. We'll also do a documentary television series where there'll be like a crew in Denver following Soham around everywhere he goes, a crew in Seattle following us around, and you know, chronicling this history in the making.
So, Jamin, I'm looking at something. I see the International Coalition of Cannabis Companies and Organizations.
Yeah.
And that is the overall company, organization, whatever, that would hold the idea of compassionate economy.
No.
Okay.
No. Eco is just cannabis and hemp.
Okay.
And so there's another nonprofit that I'm going to be forming this coming week, actually, which is for the compassionate economy. And so there'll be a one-to-many relationship from compassionate economy to each of the various different national and global trade associations for the various different industries.
Okay.
Eco will pioneer the way, just like Seattle and Denver will be pioneering what it means to be a compassionate city. So will be the Eco be the pioneer for what it means to be a compassionate industry.
Okay. Are there any plans? I suppose up here in Seattle, the body that's forming to try to bring all the cannabis companies together is actually the MJBA. I don't know if any of you guys know about a different one beside that, but is there any plan to go to one kind of centralized location like that and note the fact that this plan is transitioning from idea into hardcore reality, and all the businesses might want to be at the forefront in the beginning, and so to get them kind of on the page thinking about that?
Brilliant. Yeah, so basically have almost like a private press conference or just a private conference alerting yeah, there's about a dozen cannabis organizations in the state of Washington. You know, there's CCSE is a big one that I'm a part of, as well as MJBA, But I should really hit them all. And as professional as MJBA is, there's also a couple that are, on the other extreme, like they're all taking bong hits and doing dabs and stuff like that. It's a big party. Not that there's anything wrong with that, as long as people aren't trying to drive home afterwards. But it's you've got the full spectrum. But your point is very well taken. Let's do a Paul Revere run and let them all know that what's coming and an invitation to be a part of it. And look, here's what we've got mapped out so far. We're going to do and this will be a big conference. Let's organize the big conference. In fact, Canicon has already offered that it be Jamin Shively presents Canicon, the next Canicon in February. Well, February is a bit far out for my blood, but basically they're getting the idea. You know what I'm saying? They themselves are coming up with the idea. But maybe we could do something which is a joint effort. Imagine this. So you got these 12 organizations, rather than competing with each other, they team up. And we have one representative from each, and it's like, Lord of the Rings, the humans and the elves and the whatever, whatever. They all kind of get together and join forces and take out the orcs, right? Well, we're joining forces to take out world hunger and prohibition. So,
well, and I think that's somewhere where we can really relate in the cannabis industry, because so far, to date in my experience, it's been companies wanting to work together for industry success, not individual success. So piggybacking off of that leads directly to what you just talked about and saying, 12 companies coming together to solve an issue. I think that we can definitely do that within our industry.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. I second that.
All right, you guys have been chatting a bunch of stuff over on the right. Just let's speak up. Let's bring it all to the forefront. We're all ears.
I think kind of what we were talking about a little bit was some of those other trade organizations. I know you focus on the MJBA out here. I know there's one also on the east side of the Cascades called CAUSEM. And I know Jedediah Haney is the executive director of that. We know him pretty well, so I'm sure we could help get him involved as well. And then there's a couple big ones in Denver. Will mentioned the NCIA, which is also nationwide. And then the Marijuana Industry Group. We know Michael Elliott is the executive director of that one, and the CBA is based out of there as well. So, I mean, I like all these thoughts of bringing different trade organizations together, because it seems like a lot of them have kind of their own targeted focus, and they have different approaches to everything, but this type of issue is something that could benefit members in all of them.
No, great point. And in fact, part of the architecting of ECO, in fact, the name itself says it. It's the International Coalition of Cannabis Companies and Organizations. It's meant to be the international umbrella organization for not just the national cannabis industry. NCAA's got that covered, for the global cannabis industry, right? And when I say NCAA's got that covered, I love pretty much everything the NCAA is doing that I know of. I don't have encyclopedic knowledge of what they're doing. But, different organizations are kind of covering different aspects of the whole. So we need to have a holistic foundation that covers all aspects of the whole and all geographies and peoples on the planet, and that's what ECO is. And so ECO, I think, is the perfect organization to lead and orchestrate, but delegate. And that's really ECO's function is an orchestration function. And you've got all these great organizations which are all peopled up and resourced up and networked and ready to go. Let's get us all pointing in the same direction and put the focus on the press conference in Seattle. The immediate focus. And then, see, it's a conference and press conference. Yeah, a conference, because at the conference you're going to have, so you have all these people from around the country and around the world coming to this. And that's one of the beautiful things. When you do this thing, even on short notice, people come anyway. Because it's, it becomes this, it's evolving so quickly that it simply would not make sense to try to plan it 6 months into the future, right? There just isn't time, right? We've got a person dying every 4 seconds of starvation in the world. There's urgency. Let's put it together. One of my quotes from the San Francisco conference and press conference, summit meeting and press conference was, because people were saying, hey, I only found out about this 2 days ago, blah, 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 blah. I said, look, I'd rather apologize for a hastily put together summit meeting and press conference today than apologize at another 40 funerals in Mexico tomorrow, and another 40 the day after that, and another 40 the day after that, et cetera, et cetera. That's how many people are dying in Mexico from the drug war. 40 a day.
I was wondering, when are you estimating this press conference to be? In September or in October?
That's a good question. So here's the thing. So a few things are going to need to be ready. We need Flyby to be ready. We need a bunch of restaurateurs. We need a bunch of the pillars to be there. So.
And is there things that we can do?
Oh, absolutely. No, we're going to come up with a laundry with a list of things, but.
Because we all have we all have our own things that we're good at and could obviously help and facilitate certain things.
Perfect. Well, I appreciate that. So first of all, I just want to kind of set sort of a paradigm for people working together on all this stuff. The paradigm that I'm thinking of is that just as we quickly came together and said, wow, let's do this, other people we share this with are going to have a similar response. We're going to be able to send them this link and say, watch this. This is the Compassionate Economy 101 series. Watch this 5-hour broadcast with a pee break at hour 2, and you're up to speed. You see the beauty of this? If we just had this meeting at a cafe, yeah, we'd be scribbling notes in our notebooks and typing stuff down and whatnot, but 99% of the conversation evaporates after it's been had. This way, we get to share it. We get to expand it. This is part of the essence of Spectral Radius and EcoTalks. So what I'm saying is, whatever plans we make for dividing and conquering, know that we're going to have an army of hundreds within a few weeks here.
Cool.
So we can, plan for having lots and lots of help, right? And that in turn, I think, will be one of the kind of guiding lights of what our aim should be in mapping out our own plan. Is who can we tap into, right? For example, Christian, Soderbergh, Brian Vicente. Let's organize a hangout. Soam, if you could put together a hangout. Here's task number 1 for Soam, and this perfectly maps to this model, what I just said. Organize a hangout for the who's who of Colorado for sometime in the next, 10 days, week or 10 days or whatever, right? And, let's make it 5 or 6 people, right? And I'll do the same for Seattle, unless somebody else wants to. And then let's do one with Japan. And then let's do one with Germany. And let's do one with Uruguay in Spanish. Who's who hangouts, exactly. That's what Eric just typed in there. And let's take that question to them. What's next? Because then we can hand huge chunks. If you say, hey, Christian Soderbergh and Brian Vicente, would you guys take on this? It's not going to be a little piece that we're going to give them. It's going to be something big, right?
Absolutely. So I guess my question real quick to that, that should not be a problem at all, but in terms of when I'm reaching out to these kind of industry thought leaders in Colorado, what really would you like the topic of that hangout to be? How we can implement this idea of the compassionate economy with eco and drive-by or fly-by in Colorado? Would you want it to be a higher level conversation about the topic of world hunger and how it fits in with the cannabis industry? I'm just curious of your vision of that.
Yeah. Well, the way I see it is I take the first 20 minutes and give kind of a presentation, kind of like what I did at the introduction of this Hangout. I said, here's the two, fun, big pillars, and here's how they're coming together, and here's, what can grow and evolve from that. And here's a specific program that we've created, the Compassionate Economy version 1.0, which is 0.1%, da-da-da-da-da, and the whole story around that. And the symbiosis between cannabis and hemp and ending world hunger. And then we get right into the tactics, and we're planning a press conference to launch this whole thing. Here's the invite list. Here's what we're planning on doing before, during, and after the press conference. Before, there's going to be a conference, right, which will, yes, be broadcast over the internet, live, via Hangout, et cetera, so people can participate from around the world, and as well as in person. And then we're going to do a press conference where we're going to be making these announcements, declaring the end of world hunger by the end of the decade, and declaring the end of prohibition by the end of, whatever date. And to do that, we're putting together this global foundation for the international cannabis and hemp industry, which is ECO. And, the core of ECO is compassion. We're creating the first compassionate industry in the planet, and we want for this to be a model and an inspiration for other industries to accelerate the phase transition from the current, arguably barbarian state of the global economy, where those who have eat and those who don't starve, to a compassionate economy, where we're now, creating a baseline for humanity, a baseline level of basic human rights. Human rights is one way of looking at it. Compassion is another way. Hey, no one's forcing me. I choose to do it. Maybe that's a more empowering context than human rights. I don't know. Maybe it is. I just love compassion. There's nothing wrong with it. Right? I can't find a single scratch in it. But so I would give that overview, just like that, a 20-minute overview, and then that'll spur on a lot of conversation because you're going to have people expressing different points of view. A very prominent person from Normal, who I won't name, at HempFest, when I told him about what my focus is, compassion, ending world hunger, he said, Jamin, I liked you better when you were, focused 100% on cannabis. And I told him, here's the analogy. Let's say we want to get a couple of Jeeps and a couple of tons of supplies to Friday Harbor from Anacortes. Friday Harbor is in the San Juan Islands. Anacortes is the launching point to get to the San Juan Islands. And what if I were to say to you, here's one way to do it. Let's take this ferry, put everything on the ferry, and move the ferry and all of our stuff to Friday Harbor. And your reaction might well be, wait a second, you're now bringing this ferry into the picture, which is 50 times the size of what we need to move. You're now talking about solving a problem that's 50 times as big, right? Why on earth would you want to do that? The answer is, very simply, from our own selfish, myopic perspective of the cannabis and hemp industry, this might be the very best way to accelerate the end of prohibition and its replacement with a very responsible and indeed compassionate system of legalized cannabis and hemp.
So just to be clear about that, you're saying that by spreading the values of compassion and compassion through action, that is the strongest way to make sure that prohibition is repealed meaningfully, quickly, and permanently?
Yes, it's the marriage of the cannabis and hemp industry to not only its very specific realms of compassion, but the marriage, in fact, to all of compassion as a holistic, unifying global principle. And, partly to prove the point and partly to solve an urgent problem, we're taking on hunger to begin with, which is way beyond the traditional purview of the cannabis and hemp industry. It's not the cannabis and hemp and food industry, it's the cannabis and hemp industry, right? and yet we're taking it way beyond its bounds and leading a charge to end world hunger. That's what in my analogy is the 100-ton ferry that we use to move 2 tons of vehicles and goods across a body of water.
Okay.
Yes, it's a lot more mass to move, but you know what? It's also the best way just to move your stuff. It's also the best way, just selfishly. If all we cared about were cannabis and hemp, and secretly we really didn't give a rip about hungry kids starving, right? This is still the best way to forward our aims for the cannabis and hemp industry. Now, I'm not suggesting that any of us don't care, but I'm just saying, even if we only cared about cannabis and hemp, this is the best path that I can see. And I've thought about it a lot.
So in order to back vet that, there's no way necessarily, what that's also saying is that there's no way to promote in this particular sort of method. There's no way to positively promote the agenda of the cannabis and hemp industry without also aligning it with these other industries, or without aligning it with a larger goal.
Oh,
So,
no. There are plenty of ways to do it. In fact, it's been done all along. It's been done for decades, and it's successful at a very slow pace. What I'm suggesting is a way to accelerate that success. But it's not that there's no way to do it without ending world. Absolutely not. They could certainly proceed without it. But because A, it's better for the cannabis industry, and B, better for ending world hunger, that we pair it with world hunger, it's just there's win-win-win all the way around. And even though, yes, it's true, you are combining things, right? And maybe there's something wrong with combining, whatever. I mean, unless there's just some religious principle that thou shalt not combine, right? Then, if combining it yields these multiple benefits, then what on earth is wrong with it?
I'm making some notes here just to get my thoughts clear.
Pardon me?
So making some notes here just to get my thoughts clear. I'll get back to you guys in a second.
Yeah, no, take your time. Take your time.
I think it's only to our advantage to pair these hot topic industries and piggyback off of what they're already doing. Cannabis is very hot right now. Flyby is going to be very hot. Who knows? Single Point comes in and does text message donations and at the press conference, and it becomes very hot and very fun. So bringing all of this together to make it more exciting is great. So I think that's something to think about instead of thinking that there may be no other way to necessarily do it, because there are plenty. We could ride how it's great for medicinal uses and that type of stuff, but we want to bring something new to it. And in Jamin's case, the ending world hunger is what matters and is front of mind for him.
Thank you, Will. Thank you. Very well said. This is good stuff. Can I just get a temperature read here? How are people digging what we're doing?
Going good. I like it. I'd like to add something to what Will was just saying. I've been wondering, we were talking about some other organizations outside of the cannabis and hemp industry, and I don't know if this has been addressed. I had to step out with the dogs for a minute. But, I think that it would really benefit us to go as far down that road as possible, because cannabis and hemp, as Will said, are getting a lot of public attention right now. Can't go almost a day without seeing some article in national press about what's going on here and in Colorado. And, I think it's a very unique way to leverage an industry. That's why you said you approached us, in this industry first, and also because of your connection to it. Just makes a great deal of sense. And I'm wondering how far down the road you want to go before there's the possibility that that momentum could be diluted by just randomizing with other companies and other industries. I don't know what anybody thinks about that.
Great question. Great question. I've got my thoughts, but I've been
Go ahead.
so fire away.
Well, I was thinking about this as I said, separation of the information that people at different level in not eco. As you, Jamin, the owner of this whole project, and the people underneath you should only care about information within their domains. Eric, I've been thinking about this the whole time. Jamin is sort of, correct me if I'm wrong, Jamin, but you're sort of discussing with us to kind of try to vet our ideas about the compassionate economy as a whole, and a specifically important thing for you and for us, which is how the compassionate economy helps the cannabis industry, because as I said, that's a specific goal for you. But you're discussing that simply in the context of this larger idea. Eric, I think when it comes down to it, there should also be a separation of concerns. All that we supposedly in the cannabis industry should care about from one perspective, or should be worrying about in this in one aspect, is whether or not Jamin's campaign is helping our industry in the ways that we want it to help. If it continues to help, if we think that it helping other industries won't affect us, then apart from brainstorming, that's not something we need to consider about, or that's not something we need to consider. If, however, Jamin, I guess this is for you, if you think Eric's point about possibly other companies getting onto the compassionate economy will hurt the momentum, then naturally that is something that the people inside the cannabis industry care about. So I guess that's why I think we should answer Eric's question first. Do you think that bringing on other companies, because we're trying to pretend to be greedy about this for a sec,
Yeah.
And on some level we have to care about the bottom line of the cannabis industry. Do you think that bringing on other industries will begin to dilute this?
Here's my thinking. The more appealing this story is to the general population, the man and woman on the street, the more appealing this story is to them, the more news it will make. The more news it makes, the more the story spreads, the more the conversation, the more the controversy, the more it goes from number 10 story in the world to the number 5 story in the world to the number 1 story in the world. And what is the first domino that I just mentioned in the last 45 seconds? Play it back if you need to. The first domino that needs to fall is this needs to appeal to the man and woman on the street. What is going to appeal to the man and woman on the street? Well, we know the whole cannabis story is appealing, but it's kind of waned a bit. You know, it was probably a lot bigger news a few months ago. I don't know. It's kind of come and gone and come and gone. And it's a great story, and it'll keep coming and going and coming and going. But I believe what has a potential to be a much bigger story is the end of world hunger, and that there's an actual plan that virtually no one is arguing against. And you've got, you know, Bono and Congressman Dana Rohrabacher, President Vicente Fox, the mayor of Seattle, the mayor of Denver, you know, blah, 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 blah. And you've got all these rich people in Aspen. Let's throw a couple of parties in Aspen and Vail, Soham. How about it? And, you know, we'll get some who's who of the world attending, you know, that sort of thing. And, of course, you know, the patriarchs and matriarchs and pillars of Aspen and Vail who host these parties will feel very chic and cool and progressive, and, you know, being part of this sexy, cool new fusion of cannabis and ending world hunger, right? So it's going to become just a massively appealing story to the man and woman on the street that the cannabis industry is now leading the charge to end world hunger. There is nothing not to get intrigued about that story. I can't think of a single person who would not be intrigued by that story. All the way down to the 4-year-old who says, "Mommy, Daddy, is it true that there's going to be no more hunger?" That's a story. So remember, the first domino Play the last few minutes back if you need to. But the very first domino is getting the interest of the man and the woman on the street. The media knows better than anyone else how to predict whether something's going to be interesting. We're giving them something that's going to be not only a Grand Slam home run, it's going to go way beyond the parking lot and the golf course. It's going to be the biggest home run ever hit as far as a story. The end of world hunger. Why? Because it addresses that deep, unexpressed consumer need. And you better bet that businesses are going to jump onto the bandwagon of tapping into that unexpressed consumer need. Coca-Cola is going to go from I'd like to buy the world a Coke to I'd like to buy the world some food. And I am, because I'm a compassionate company. The Compassionate Cola. Ching! Nike, from Just Do It, the most powerful lifestyle brand in the world, to just compassionate. And on and on and on down the line, from local restaurants to giant multinational corporations, such as Nestle. Everyone's going to get on board the compassionate bandwagon. That's the biggest possible story we can do. So, if we're going to go through all the trouble to hold a press conference and throw a story, give them a story, do we want to give them a medium-sized story that maybe it'll be, long-term successful and maybe it won't? Or do we want to give them a story that we know in our gut and in our heart, in our soul, that this is going to be the #1 story in the world?
You're referring to Flyby?
I'm not referring to Flyby. I'm referring to the whole gigantic size enchilada, the biggest enchilada that's ever been cooked, which consists of Flyby, ending world hunger, ending prohibition, building a solid foundation for the international cannabis and hemp industry, creating a compassionate economy, one version at a time. Version 1.0 is 0.1%, yada, yada, yada. First we end world hunger, then we end, then we address shelter and healthcare and education and human rights and yada, 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 all the way until reversing climate change and ending war. Mm-hmm. The whole enchilada. Now, do we articulate the entire enchilada at the first press conference? No. Because then everyone would get stuck in stage 1 and say, that's crazy, that'll never work, because our ultimate goal is a transformation in what it means to be human. Mm-hmm. In 2014, owning an SUV, owning a house, having a couple of kids, going to softball games and barbecues on weekends, and maybe, contributing a few $100 here and there to charity, is consistent with what it means to be human. In 2018, it won't be. Mm-hmm. But I'm not going to start the press conference saying this is a press conference about a transformation of what it means to be human, because they're going to think we're all a bunch of Hare Krishnas or something. Mm-hmm. No offense to the Hare Krishnas. We're going to be seen as some kind of extreme sect that people are afraid of. And this gets back to what we were talking about 2 or 3 hours ago. And Eric, I know you need to go in a bit, so I'll get to you in a second, Eric. But we need to spoon feed them this, right? We've got this whole giant toothpaste tube full of power. We need to administer it one little squirt at a time, a little on each toothbrush, in order to get everybody on board in the most compassionate way possible. Mm-hmm. When I say everybody, it's never going to be everybody, but once we've got 99.9% of the world aware, engaged, on board, and passionate about this, I think we'll be doing all right. Eric, back to you.
Looks like he might have stepped away for a minute.
Here's what he wrote.
I just had to take a quick call. I'll be right back.
Okay, cool. Anyway, he said, Jim, and I only brought this question up because you spoke so eloquently about how perfectly our relative objective and ethics align. Clearly, world hunger is a larger question. Yes. Cannabis and hemp industry leading the charge to end world hunger? Yes. Okay, so it sounds like Eric's convinced, And I mean, is everybody on board with me on this, or am I beating a dead horse at this point? Let me put it another way. Does anyone object to the marriage of cannabis and hemp and the end of prohibition, et cetera, with the end of world hunger, et cetera, et cetera? Is anyone opposed to this? Is anyone opposed to this union?
No.
Nope.
So I think we're all on board.
Okay, I pronounce thee man and wife, and may what has been joined here today never be broken. Amen. Does anybody have any champagne?
I got some coffee.
Does anybody have any weed?
Somewhere out in my car.
Oh, whoops, my camera just went off. There must be a bandwidth issue. I'll have to contact Comcast.
Oh, man.
And I wanted you all to see my smile. Anyway, carry on. Who was talking?
I mean, honestly, I think if we're all on the same page, really, I think it's in the best industry of all the stakeholders of the cannabis and hemp industries to convene and come up with those standards of what it means to implement and enforce regulation. And the whole world is watching us here in Washington and in Colorado. So I guess I just feel blessed to be a part of the movement here in Washington and Colorado, and involved with what you're doing, Jamin, and how we can all positively impact the world. So thank you.
Yeah, we couldn't be doing this from a better industry, a better, the two states that are really leading it right now, and a more hot topic. So we could all just align just perfectly at the right time.
Hallelujah! And the media.
I love your enthusiasm, Jamin.
Thank you. And the media has been asking, what's the latest? And we've got an answer.
Well, I think the beautiful thing is cannabis is so hot right now that it's bound to kind of taper off. It just will. It's just a fact. It will taper off. But if we take this and we say, oh, we're going to take cannabis and hemp and a few, compassionate companies, and we're going to change the world and potentially end world hunger, and then continue on to education, they're going to be like, oh, what, cannabis is doing this now? What can't happen?
No, and to paraphrase Al Pacino in Scarface, it's like cannabis is now coming to the table, to this press conference, and saying, say hello to my little friend. You guys all remember that scene? Awesome.
Yeah, I think everybody around the world knows that scene.
What a scene. Oh, my goodness. Oh, whoops, my bandwidth again. Anyway, but seriously, this is cause for celebration. We are the groomsmen and the maiden of honor of the marriage of cannabis and hemp with ending world hunger. How freaking badass is that? And
How do you guys feel about meeting up and consummating this new relationship with a celebratory smoke?
-1. I told you guys I don't smoke.
You can join us in spirit.
Okay, I'll join you in spirit.
Or in spirits, if you prefer. And/or.
Don't drink either. How boring is that?
Well, does anyone have any heroin? You're under 21. I'm sorry.
We're going in the wrong direction here.
Yeah, we're okay. Editor, scratch that. No, we're celebrating. A marriage just happened. And here's the thing: the cannabis and hemp and the end of world hunger have been engaged since like April, and it was a several-month engagement. And now that it has withstood the test of the cannabis and hemp industry, represented by all of us and many, many others with whom we've had this and similar conversations, holy shit, they are now married. The marriage was today. I mean, they eloped. They just couldn't hold back any longer, you know, because they're both Catholic or something. They basically both are. I was raised Catholic, so anyway. But my goodness, I mean, how cool is this? They are now married. And we have now created a durable, powerful #1 story in the world. This will grow to be the #1 story in the world. Just like I made some declarations about a brand of marijuana becoming the #1 brand of marijuana in the world. Google brand of marijuana. Last time I checked, the #1 and #2 hits are the brand that I built. So anyway, this will be, I make a similar prediction now, this will be the #1 story in the world.
Yeah, I would agree. I think you got us all drinking the juice, so let's go share some of that Kool-Aid.
Let's share that darn Kool-Aid. Heck yes. Let's share the Kool-Aid. I like it.
Oh yeah.
You know, this is like Operation Ice 9. How many of you have read Cat's Cradle, Kurt Vonnegut? Raise your hand. No? Okay. I see a hand up for Eric. Anyway, so Ice 9, you know how there's like different phases of water. There's gas phase, liquid phase, ice phase. Well, there's actually different phases of ice, or different crystalline structures of the molecules of ice. And we don't know how many other potential crystalline structures there could be for ice, because they've never been, you know, observed or formed or whatever. Well, anyway, so this physicist, a Nobel Prize-winning physicist, is working in the laboratory, and he comes up with a crystalline structure for ice called Ice 9, which essentially turns it into a super hard plastic, which melts above, like, I don't know, somewhere above 100 degrees or 90 degrees or something, you know, some relatively warm temperature. But if a piece of it touches your tongue, you turn into plastic, and therefore you're dead. And so, like, most of the world gets destroyed by this thing. But it just shows the power of a little crystal. It starts with one little crystal, and then by accident it falls into the ocean, and you know, the whole world is pretty much dead. Like 99.9% of the world literally is like dead. And only a few survivors here and there. It's a pretty cool story. But I call it Ice 9 because we've created the crystal of this story, the nucleus. And now all we have to do is toss it in the water, and it goes. You guys know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Let me see here if that's resonating with people. I mean, here's the thing. It's like, it is, you know, like, say hello to my little friend, because for a moment there, it becomes not about the cannabis and hemp industry, but about the machine gun that the cannabis and hemp industry is holding. That machine gun is called, we're about to end world hunger. Say hello to my little friend. And so now it's like the cannabis and hemp industry is sharing the spotlight and married to the, you know, it's eloped with the end of world hunger. And wow, what a story. Whoever would have thunk that these two would have eloped? And, you know, here to tell us more is Jamin Shively. And I will talk their asses off about the topic in a way that I'll spoon feed them, right? I'll administer the toothpaste of power, right? Little by little, we'll get them along. I mean, starting with the, I mean, you know, they call me the Bill Gates of cannabis, starting with the Microsoft analogy of version 1.0. It's the compassionate economy version 1.0. You know, it'll be like this Microsoft geek, you know, former Microsoft executive geek, you know, comes up with the operating system for the cannabis and hemp industry and the operating system for ending world hunger. And the two are mutually compatible. And, you know, we'll give them some of that geek speak. I mean, I've come up with a number of memes that spread. So, for example, one of them was, you know, I said back in 2013, in the summer, I said we're going to mint more millionaires than Microsoft. You know, pretty cool alliteration, 4 M's in a row. Well, that spread. And it was quoted in the historic Senate hearings in September 2013. In fact, we were the only company that was mentioned in the historic U.S. Senate hearings on cannabis legalization in September 2013. So it's like we're going to be launching these memes that are going to become very, very powerful. I mean, look, the whole marriage of cannabis and hemp with ending world hunger will become a meme. Like, what does one have to do with the other? Well, you got to watch this video. You got to watch this video. There's one on YouTube where there's that guy with the headphones and, you know, and that other guy in a tux and, you know, whatever. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying.
And we're going to have conversation after conversation like this, but this conversation is going to be seen as a historic foundational conversation for the whole thing.
Understood.
So, and because these conversations are evolving so quickly, I mean, the whole concept of the compassionate economy is one that I came up with only a week ago. Literally a week ago today. That's how quickly this thing is evolving. Now, with all of us talking about it, and with the hangouts that we're going to schedule, with the who's who of Colorado, and the who's who of the state of Washington, and the who's who of Mexico, to have a hangout with President Fox and his whole former cabinet, including a guy who I think deserves a Nobel Prize, was his Minister of Health, Dr. Julio Frank, who was one of President Fox's delegates at the symposium last year. And he's now the Dean of the School of Public Health at Harvard. Have a symposium, you know, have a virtual, you know, have a Google Hangout with those folks, the who's who of Mexico, on this topic, and say, what do you think, right? And get their input early on, sooner rather than later, because this is going to have a major impact on Mexico, and we want to make sure the impact is positive. To what extent is hunger an issue in Mexico? Well, let's bring on the head of the, you know, Dr. Julio Frank on the one hand, and, you know, the current Secretary of Public Health of Mexico, and whoever else, right? Let's put together a whole group and talk about this. This is what we're launching here in the United States. What do you guys want to do with this in Mexico, if anything? Right? Let's talk about it in Spanish. And then we translate it, we subtitle it.
Jamin, I have a question for you. Would you mind, or would you have the time to do a private hangout so that I can ask you some questions, or I could just shoot them to you in summary form on my email?
Yeah, let's do a private hangout. No problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just find talking's more effective than listing everything in text. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
But so anyway, this thing. So, you know, and when we have these hangouts, the Colorado hangout, the Washington hangout, the Mexico hangout, the Japan hangout, and other countries, Uruguay for sure. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Once we have these hangouts, and of course they're all broadcast, right? They're all viewable on YouTube. It's not like a meeting of the Illuminati or something where it was if it ever happened at all. You know, no. There it is. There's the whole meeting, from the hello to the goodbye to the, you know, hey, let's take this offline. I mean, the whole shebang, unedited, uncensored. That's pretty cool. This level of transparency. It's like, wow, these are meetings of the who's who of the cannabis and hemp industry to discuss the future of the industry. And do we want to be the compassionate industry which is married to the end of world hunger, or are we pissed off that that happened without them asking us? Because they were low on August 30th.
That's some of the stuff I was actually wanting to talk to you about. Yeah, I would definitely take that in a private hangout, though, because there are some very heavy questions.
Yeah. No. Look, the topic couldn't be heavier. We're talking about the end of world hunger here, and the end of prohibition, and accelerating the two of them, actually making one of them happen, which might not have otherwise happened. The end of world hunger, the end of prohibition is happening, right? I'm just, lobbying that the end of hunger ride that wave. But in riding the wave, it becomes part of the wave. It becomes the wave. The two merge, and it becomes a tsunami of transformation, showing that, look, we're not just transforming one of the world's global issues, we're transforming all of them. And the second domino to fall is hunger. And everywhere that cannabis goes, hunger goes down. Cannabis was legalized in Seattle first. Seattle's the world's first compassionate city. Boom. Denver followed suit. Denver's next. Boom. Oakland, California. Boom. Domino after domino after domino will fall.
And it happened because it allowed the best in people to come out.
It allowed the best in people to come out. It allowed people to open up their minds. Somehow just talking about cannabis seems to open up people's minds. Even yours, Phelan. You don't need to smoke it. Just talk about it. Cannabis, the topic, opens people's minds. And it's amazing at how it opens people's minds. So it's a perfect elixir for opening people's minds about the fact that world hunger is an intractable problem. Use your third eye, and boom, you do all these dimensional enhancements on the problem, which is what this is, the merging of the two, the marriage of the two. It's, adding, each gets a whole other dimension, a set of dimensions. And we're tapping into that deep, unexpressed human need. People are going to fall in love, not with the story, but with the movement, both the story and the movement, and they join the movement. They become part of the story, like any great mass movement. It becomes a phenomenon. And it's not a fad, because it builds and builds and builds and builds until world hunger is solved. It's like Sir Edmund Hillary's ascent of Everest. It was only a story until he got to the top, and a few weeks after that. And then it wasn't so much of a story anymore. It was part of history. It was part of the fabric. And with that, people have been scaling Everest ever since, because it's no longer impossible. So it's no longer a story. So this is only going to be a story as long as there's world hunger that's measured in the tens of millions instead of the hundreds of millions.
To each their own separation of interest. Some people will only be interested in this until the cannabis industry gets fertile ground in which to grow in and gets its stigma dissolved around it. Some people will only be happy. I imagine maybe some of the larger companies will only be happy until they see their bottom line increase. But whatever, to each their own. Some people won't be happy until world hunger is indeed solved, or until all the problems of the world are solved that this thing tries to go out and solve. So as long as people are all moving in the right direction, you can't exactly put values in people's heads, but you can let their best come out. So as long as it's moving in the right direction, there can be something in this for everybody.
Absolutely. And the thing is, my proposal for the cannabis and hemp industry is that we commit to doing whatever it takes that's within the realm of ethics and love and respect for other people and for the planet, but that we do whatever it takes within that to ensure that world hunger is ended as quickly as possible. And by making that commitment, the story is not over until Everest is scaled. If the only human aspiration were to get up onto the face of Everest and wave to everyone down below and then come back down, then the story would have ended when they got halfway up the face. right? But because they set the goal to go to the summit, the very peak, the story was not over until they reached the summit. Our story will not be over. The media story, the news story will not be over until we reach the summit. And if I personally have to go around to every conflict zone around the world to help negotiate being able to deliver food behind enemy lines to get it to those who are hungry, I'll do it. And we build and build and build the story.
Sounds plausible. More than plausible.
Yeah. Well, it's now inevitable. It's inevitable.
Hi, Jamin.
Yes.
Okay, there I am back on stream. So I'm going to have to sign off. I have a couple of things that I have to take care of before 5 o'clock.
All right. Great. Thank you so much for joining us, Eric. And
yeah, it was a wonderful discussion. I'm glad to join everybody, whomever is left. It was a great meetup, a great hangout on Google+. I look forward to more of them. And let's build some momentum. Let's make this happen.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Awesome. Thanks so much, Eric.
Thank you very much. Have a great day and a great weekend.
Thanks. You too.
Nice to meet you, Eric.
All right. Bye-bye.
See you later. Bye-bye.
Alrighty. How's everybody doing?
I'm afraid I'll have to follow suit pretty soon. I've got some stuff to do by the end of the day as well.
Okay.
How are you guys doing?
I'm kind of in the same. Need to wrap it up and take care of some work stuff.
All right.
It's a really great discussion, and definitely we'll continue it and keep going.
Awesome. Awesome. Will, Soham, how you guys doing?
I'm doing great. I mean, it seems like we're pretty much all on the same page here, and I mean, I think it was definitely a very productive discussion. Like I said, I'm very excited to see how we can help bring this movement to Denver and bring all those the who's who of Denver into it as well. But I mean, I don't have anything else really pressing to discuss.
Alrighty, Will?
Yeah, I actually have a press release of my own to write it's got to be getting done, so I should probably get that wrapped up and continue on and make sure that we keep these Google Hangouts going and moving forward.
Fantastic. Well, I want to thank all of you for joining. This has been awesome. We're making history. We were the officiants of the wedding and the bridesmaid and groomsmen and all that good stuff. So, congratulations to everyone and thank you. And we'll figure out when to schedule the next one. And any thoughts on that? When y'all would like to meet up again? Just as our group, separate from the Colorado group, which I'll coordinate with Soham on, and the Washington State group, which everyone, including Soham, is welcome to help participate in the roundup. But we want to figure out who to bring into this discussion. Like I can think John Davis, Vivian McPeak, Rick Steves, Allison Holcomb. These are some of the names that come to mind immediately. But anyway, we need to think through and map out who we want to have on that, on the Washington State meeting, and likewise for Colorado. So, separate from that, just us, the 6 of us or whatever. When do we want to meet up again?
My schedule is pretty open personally. I'll be at Cannabis Cup next weekend, so probably not Saturday or Sunday. But other than that, whenever it really works for everyone else.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in Portland the next weekend and the weekend after that. But other than that, pretty open. Definitely, when you get this video all cut up, I'd love to see what our what our goals are and where we can potentially improve the use of the Google Plus Hangouts, and so I can see what the videos turn out like in the long run.
Cool.
I'm sorry, I just realized my camera's been off this whole time.
That's all right.
Jamin, I'm still tied to a 9-to-5, and since I'm actually beginning my exit from that company, I will not be able to take any. It would not be responsible of me to take any days off. I still have a few projects on my shoulders that's probably going to absorb the next 2 weeks. I plan on working 9-to-5, 5 days straight through. My only free time would be on weekends. Come September 16th, I will be, for a while, happily unemployed and have all the time in the world. But until then, weekends are really the only good time for me. And also starting a meeting at 5 o'clock would just be ridiculous. So.
But the thing is, for Soham and Will, weekends, next weekend anyway, and in Will's case, the next couple weekends wouldn't be good times. Are evenings like doing a meeting at 7 p.m. or something like that? Is that at all? You know, get an early dinner, and would that be a possibility for you?
That is a possibility.
Is it? Okay. And Soham, Will, any flexibility on weekends at all? So Will or Soham next weekend, this coming weekend, you got cannabis club, so that's off. And Will, you got something else going on. So I guess really, if we want to do something before, say, 10 days from now, it should be middle of the week. And by the way, these meetings, don't think of them as like mandatory, because again, that's one of the beautiful things about the Google Hangout is you can just watch the replay. Now, you didn't get to participate in it, but you could send an email for us to read at the meeting, and we'll read it and use that as a starting point of the discussion in your absence, if that would help. Or, of course, you could always post your own little video on YouTube, and we could watch that during the meeting, right? And a couple of minutes or whatever. What I'm saying is, it's not the end of the world if you don't. So anyway, we'll shoot for something sometime, maybe like towards the end of this week, maybe like I don't know, Wednesday night, Thursday night, maybe not Friday night, but that's probably the beginning of cannabis.
Yeah, I think if we can get some ideas spread around in maybe an email thread or something, and maybe have some topics, and that way it'll, not that we would need to speed up these meetings, but for everybody that's on a little bit more of a schedule at night, we can cover some topics. Maybe one of the topics is what can each of us bring to the table to make this larger. For example, we have a pretty good outreach in the startup tech community, and I think that's definitely something that we want to bring to the table, as those companies are exciting, new, and I believe would be quickly on board to do something in this realm.
Okay.
Cool. All right. Well, will somebody kick off the email thread? Just whoever gets to it first, and then we'll kick it around and figure out topics and time of our next time.
Okay.
Awesome. Sounds great. Well, thanks for putting us on, Jamin. I really appreciate it. This has been great, and I look forward to seeing this continue and change the world with you.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Will. Thank you very much. And Phelan, do you want to have our one-on-one now or later?
I should take some time to prepare questions so that it goes effectively, so we should probably do it later.
No worries. No, that sounds good. All right. Well, everyone have a great weekend, and thank you all so much for hanging out the last 5 hours.
All right.
Thanks so much.
Thanks for having me, Jamin. Appreciate it.
Thanks, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Take it easy.
Thanks, Jamin.
Thanks to you all. Thank you.